up for some Channel 4 goodness. It's just you, me, and one or two people. That's why the beauty of the channels on the lower end of the FCP spectrum is that they're very low stakes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So no, so this stuff, yeah, this is all Humboldt grown, and so I'm gonna bag some of it up. But this is, oh, sorry, I didn't show. And mostly,
sorry, Peter. Oh.
So that's this stuff's very. This is almost like tight. You saw the like tight little nugs, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But then, hold on. This is OJ Kush, and it's more of like a farm cut.
What's the OJ stand for?
I think it's like an orange. I gotta look it up. What?
Are you gonna trim that for people?
No.
No.
I want to keep it like that. I want people to have it in like it's
raw form. Okay.
It's most perfect, right? Like why? Yeah, I figure actually my personal difficulty is my eyesight, because now whenever I have to look at shit close, I'm just like, fuck, I have to like take my glasses off, and but
it's part of the thing about getting old.
But what I was most excited about, so I wanted to show you.
You got that?
Yeah, look at this. What? That is beautiful. Right?
I like the color scheme.
Yeah, no, it's tight. The one thing I want her to do next time is to put a little bit of orange in it, because for some reason I love her. Actually, you know what? I should have pinged her. Let's see if Katie is around, if she's blowing in the studio. Or let me first show you some of her the colors. I hate when people are. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let me show you. Present. Sure. Chilbert, you want to jump on with us?
That'd be cool.
On the very low key Channel 4, where you can let your hair down. All right, so look at. Hold on, let me pull this over. Like, I love her colors. Right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those are cool.
So what I wanted her to do with this one. Yeah, I think that's. Is something that's nice and hold on, and big and meaty. So like, right? Like compared to something smaller, right? And then I think she did this one too. But so from her, I want, I think in the next one, at least, oh, so can you, here, all right, Chilbert, let me send you.
I'm on it. I'm on it.
You're on it. Damon's on it. Yes, I too had plans to be super productive, and we're gonna roll the dice and see which direction this day goes in. Channel 4 buying subscribers by the 1,000.
I have
Okay.
family. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Let me also reach out to Katie. Let's see if she is. But yeah, do like
I mean, like, if everybody else is buying
I'm a,
subscribers, don't you think that, like, like, like,
I don't know who, like, maybe people
people do
it's
it,
not
right?
even something in lots of industries, but I don't know if people are buying like YouTube subscribers, and well, no, obviously they are, but it's something that had never crossed my mind until that comment was made. Stuff that catches you out of left field where you're like, huh? Like, oh, it's
See, the first thing is you have to care how many people are watching. There's that. And yeah.
No, so as an example, like Alex Hardy had some episodes where it was like 20,000 people watched it in like the first 2 hours. And he didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. But what was weird is that if you looked at the stats, like the YouTube stats on the back end, it was just like every other video. So it would have maybe 20,000 views as compared to like 1,000 for a normal video, but the number of likes was similar to a normal video, and the number of comments was similar. So you would think that something that's 20 to 40 times greater would have a similar proportion more of likes, of comments, of all the other stuff that goes with anything, as it is bigger, right? And none of that. So I have no idea where all those. And then suddenly it stopped happening. So it's almost like he like hit the G spot of YouTube, maybe with like a hat, like what is this video about? Like hashtag, like I don't know, something that maybe in a hashtag, but I don't think he even puts in hashtags. So I have no idea.
Do you watch YouTube Shorts at all?
Yes.
Okay, so what
I mean, just because when you're on it and then like you get lost in a world of YouTube Shorts.
So what I've seen and I've noticed that's kind of changed is maybe every 10th one is a live stream that's set up in that 9:16 ratio.
Could be.
And that's because when we went that way, like, yeah, we had like 125 views or something.
Woo!
And then, on channel 4, right?
We're cooking. I was looking for a lighter. All right.
But yeah, if you're doing it to monetize and get views, you're doing it for the wrong reasons.
The recycled uses. DP could jump on with his Max Headroom connection. So this was like one of my kids' trick-or-treat baskets, and now it holds lighters and matches. And
is that a McDonald's one?
No,
it looks like
it was probably like we probably got it at like Target or something. Yeah, that was obviously unexpected this morning. But yes, it's interesting because I trying to think of how much to. I had talked to somebody about bringing him on at some point if he would be willing to. He was very not. It's like honesty about the lineage of a lot of stuff is what we were hoping to tease out of him. You don't need heat in the camper. That task can wait. All right, so this is the government oasis. It's a nice. What's up, Mark? Does Mark want to come on
and play the guitar?
I will tell you where it's from. It's from Humboldt. I will tell you later who specifically. It was the flower, Damon, that I had been waiting for like a month and a half for. So
nice. Good.
Almost 2 months.
Yeah.
Do you have Mark's?
I don't have his Instagram. No.
All right, Mark.
I might actually. I shouldn't say that.
I'm just gonna send him an email. Whoops. Not there. All right, hold on, Mark. Where? I think Mark's email is not. Aha, there you are. Yes. So it's funny, like every time I have to email Eddie, who's Dank Maven, he needs to set up an email that's just dankmaven at whatever, Gmail, Yahoo, because it's like, oh, it's something herb, but like I can never remember that. Or if he had something that was Eddie at, that would also make things easier. All right, Mark, I don't know where I just queued up the email. Oh, there we go. Oh, you know what? Here, hold on. That's it's my dad's birthday. Hold on.
Okay.
But Mark, I'm sending.
Let's lip read for Peter. What do you guys think he's saying? I love you, Dad. Oh, he's gonna mute me now. Okay, let's see if I can get YouTube going. We can watch a video. Sweet. Do. Hello, Peter's dad. Happy birthday. Oh, let's find a video. Oh, sweet. Who this? Hey, how's it going, Chilbert?
What's up?
Not much, but nice to finally meet you face to face. I've talked to you in the DMs before.
It's a pleasure, bro.
Pardon me?
It's a pleasure, bro. Pleasure.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of what I thought you said. I'm still fighting a cold and I'm all stuffed up and my ears are all stuffed up.
Yeah, I've been dodging the cold so far.
How is the weather in like? Do you guys have snow this year?
We've had little bits of snow. If you're up north, you get a bit more snow. It's just like pissy and shitty and cold. Yeah. You know, damp and cold, not properly cold. just like annoyingly pissy cold.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So like Vancouver, Toronto. Then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not as cold, but
Yeah. I don't know if you caught it or not. Peter's dad phoned.
okay, cool. No, I was having a bit of a laptop trouble, computer trouble.
Nice. You got it sorted out though. Steve
Yeah,
says hi.
My internet is normally shit, but
Where-
it's being kind. It's being
where-
kind.
So like
I
are
can't
you-
see YouTube. I can't see YouTube because I've got to turn that off to get all my power into the one thing. I think DP.
Yeah.
Peace,
Yep.
bro.
Steve's there.
Just see his little message flash up. Congratulations, Dad.
Mark says hi.
Hi, Mark.
What are you smoking today? Oh, the red Lebanese.
Working my way through them, bro.
That's awesome.
16 phenos there. I need to get better at making notes because it's like I go halfway through them and I'm like, I can't remember which one's which now.
Which one's good?
But they're all good. Some are you know the winners. But
I always just pick on how the plant grew. I want to keep it easy, so like, and sometimes the best isn't the easiest to grow. So
no, for sure. I've got two. Well, I had three re-vegging. I've got rid of one because it just wasn't happening. But I got basically the best two growers re-vegging because they're such small, slow plants. You know, you got to veg them for months, and then you get fuck all. Hello, Mrs. Saveri.
put me on the internet, Peter.
What you smoking, Damo?
The red lab. Yeah.
I know the drink thing you were saying about the rose.
Yeah.
Rose squash. Yeah, it's not what I've got in my red lead puck. It's definitely puck leaning, but obviously not flavor wise.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what I end up getting with the auto I crossed. Just so that the reason why I did that is so that I got stuff for outdoor. Most of what I have is like 10 weeks is kind of too early. 12, 13 weeks is kind of our prime idea where we like to take it down. Oh, hey, it's Peter's mini-me. Yeah, Peter's muted, Mark. I think he emailed you the link if you want to jump in with us.
Yeah, no, I know you couldn't hear me. I was so it's my dad's 94th birthday today. So my brothers, my mom, some family friends all went to the nursing home, and my mom like cooked food, and so they're like at a big conference room table in the nursing home, eating lunch for the big 9-4.
Nice.
How are you?
Nice.
Look at this, the unmasked British contingent.
Yeah. 2025 now, innit? Can't be hiding anymore.
I love it. No, I'm it makes me very happy. That means you'll come on here more often.
Don't know, mate. Don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? So I woke up today. Woke up 8 o'clock. I started rolling one. See on the Instagram the news of Mr. Skunkman passing.
Yeah.
Every time someone passes, you just think, right, I've got to do a bit better at life, innit? Got to do a bit more living today. So
yeah,
strange things happens. And now I'm a YouTuber.
Do we know how old he was? Like in his late 60s, early 70s, I'm thinking.
Yeah,
I don't know. Frenchie was the one that hit like that hit hard, and that was totally unexpected. But then in other spaces, like in music, I had wanted to bring Lee Perry on, which is like 99% chance would have never happened anyway. But I was like, I would love to just talk to Lee Perry. And he's an old Jamaican dub artist and producer, for those who have no idea what I'm talking about. But yeah, and then they die. Yeah, it's like in music and obviously weed now, and you see like people who had an impact on your life. Yeah, and I think about that like with my dad being so old, it sucks.
Yeah.
So what? So all right. So you're gonna give us. This is our new segment. It's the UK update.
In the UK,
We have our intrepid British reporter. So what accent do you have in the?
And
What would someone say your accent is? It's not like a
Yeah.
Manchester accent, right?
No, I have an annoying accent that's horrible to hear. So apologies for that.
I like the accent,
I'm in
but
the-
which part of the UK would you say yours is from?
Well, I'm in the southeast. You could say I'm in the Shires, but everywhere's a Shire. Not too far from London. I was born in London, but I grew up
Okay.
an hour from London. I'm still an hour from London, but in a different place.
Would you be insulted if I was like, is that a Manchester accent?
No, I just think you were confused. That's all.
Stupid Americans.
It's quite mad. We've got a lot of accents for quite a small country. You've got a lot of accents, but your country's
Yeah.
small, so it's like understandable. But here, you can drive 50
No,
miles.
accents are cool. I mean, I have an accent to someone, so we all have an accent to someone, right? We all don't have an accent to other people.
We just say we're exotic.
Right. So the ladies. All right. So you just mentioned it being the beginning of 2025. Are you optimistic about weed in the UK in 2025? Are you pessimistic?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Where does your finger lay on the scale from optimism to pessimism? And what's going on in general? Like what's been changing regulatory wise? And
I think that's just really how you want to see things. I was chatting to a friend earlier, and we were kind of saying it's probably like a golden age in many respects, because we haven't gone fully legal. So, like the recreational or the grey market or whatever you want to call it is booming. Is absolutely.
Is it medical?
The medical market is growing rapidly, and basically it's like, so you can get prescription now, private prescription, pretty straightforward, pretty easy. Just got to pay for it, and then you can.
Do you have a prescription?
No, I could qualify. I could qualify for one, but I don't.
So it's kind of like it's like California when California was just medical, right? Like where I could go to, and then doctors were popping up to be like, I'm a weed doctor, $35.
That's where we're at.
Okay. Okay.
So you can buy your legitimacy now.
And they're dispensed.
If you can afford it, you can buy your legitimacy.
Okay, so it is expensive.
I don't blame people for that, but at the same time, some people don't. I mean, it's kind of how political do you want to get? How kind of correctly do you want to go about things? How much does stuff matter to you? Like so, Curaleaf. Don't get the channel banned, Peter. Sorry, mate.
Hooray for Curaleaf.
Shout out Dr. Indest.
So, for instance, so apparently they're the biggest supplier of medicinal cannabis so far in the UK. That's
In the U- But is it being grown outside the country, or is it grown in the country?
Both. We're just starting to grow our own now. Just starting to. So the first.
Curaleaf was sending it in from like Canada or where?
Yeah.
Okay.
So previously, it's all been coming from Israel, Canada, Portugal. Canada's the biggest exporter in the world, apparently. People still going about GW Pharma being the biggest exporter. It's like that was true 20 years ago.
Okay, I was gonna ask about GW and Jazz Pharmaceuticals.
Long time, and that's still there, still doing the thing. So the battleground is now set: private, medical, versus street, and it's that's how it is. It's like the quality was shit from the medical because basically it's getting irradiated and coming from Israel or Canada. Now we're at a point it's competitive, it's competitively priced, and it's competitive quality, although 90% of it is still irradiated. So, terps are gone, or 40% of them, or whatever. Depends on the flower, I guess. So we're just starting to grow our own now because the people who got licenses, the people who are at the In Club who paid their $500,000 license fee and bought the licenses are now actually starting
to grow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're growing.
That's as of beginning of 2025, or did that start last year, or when did that?
It's literally just starting.
3 weeks ago. Okay.
Literally, I mean, I don't know when the first official flower probably came out late last year, but so they're just literally starting to put the flower out. Yeah, just finish on the Curaleaf thing. So people are buying their prescriptions, but they may not be aware of what they're supporting, where they're putting their money. So in the short term, they don't want to lose their driving license, get prescription, got protection. Crown Prosecution Service are not going to prosecute you. You've got a defence. So now the police aren't going to swab you if they're in the know. If they're not in the know, they'll still swab you. So there's still a lot of police that still don't even know it's medically legal. So there's still people getting arrested and getting their prescriptions taken off them, and the police are then getting to have to hand it back and stuff like that.
There's Mark. How are you?
Good morning, everyone. I'm doing great.
So the retail shops were there last year, right?
No, there's no retail shops.
So when I'm a patient and is it all like mailed to me? Yeah. Got it. Okay.
You go private. You get an online consultation. On StreamYard or whatever, and you chat through the process, and they decide, whether you qualify. There's a thing that sort of isn't really law abiding, but it's being used.
My God, we have our German correspondent.
You have to try 2 conventional medicines for your medication before you'll qualify for medicinal cannabis prescription. So it's almost like they're forcing you to go pharma.
Wait, what?
And then you go pharma. You try your cocodamol and your fucking whatever, painkillers and shit, and then you say, no, I don't want to take that. It's got side effects. I want to try cannabis. And at that point, they're not allowed to stop you.
That's horrific.
So you then qualify. You paid your £200 consultation, or maybe you got the consultation free or whatever, and then you get 3-month prescription. At that point, you have to pay for a review. So basically, to get the weed, you got to pay about minimum £400 a year, and then you get the right to buy your weed. And that's coming
at a high price.
That's coming in at £5 to £10 a gram. Previously, it was a high of like £14 a gram, and was shit because it was irradiated. Initially, first batches going out were moldy. They're sending people with respiratory problems moldy weed. And there's another premise: you have to vape the weed.
How hard is it to grow? How hard is it to grow in your country? I mean, is it like really difficult, or do you have to like?
No, I mean the whole industry is everything is
legally or
physically. You can buy everything.
Can you grow it all?
You can buy everything legally, apart from clones, but you're just not allowed to germinate the seeds. So it's like there's a huge industry of green tax in the UK. There's some towns where, you know, every other house has got to grow because that's how they pay their rent. You know,
Nice.
in poor places or deprived places, you know, places the government forgot. So it's like, can you grow wheat? It's like, I made this point in chat the other day. I upset someone. I apologise for that. But so the Crown Prosecution Service, they advise the police on whether they've got enough evidence to prosecute. There was an unofficial policy that if you had less than 9 plants, they didn't want to know because it's a waste of court time. So it's up to the police. The police can fuck you about, nick your plants, arrest you, da. But when it comes to going to court, they're going to throw it out. They're not going to bother. And then that got lowered to 7 plants a year ago, 2 years ago. And that kind of came in with tandem with the pushing of the medical weed because they don't want people, they're trying to funnel people into the medical system so that because the government are all invested in it.
Sorry,
Yeah,
and for the 9 or 7 plants, is it that anybody can grow that number? You also need some license to be allowed to do a home grow.
No. That's completely unofficial. That's simply for prosecution's sake.
Oh, got it. So it's not written into.
Not like it's decriminalized. It's not like it's decriminalized, but your local police might have a decriminalization policy because it's just rife and it's not an issue compared with the other shit they've got to deal with. So the fact that you've got to grow, if it's a 4x4 and you've got 6 plants in it, they don't give a shit. By and large, but then there's premises to that. If it's not your first offence, if your neighbours are complaining, if you've got other previous record, you know what I mean. There's lots of things. So it's not like I'm saying it's fine to grow. I'm just saying you'll be really unlucky if you got prosecuted for it.
Is there any incentive for people to like turn you in, or is it just? I mean,
Depends where you are and what your names are like. Like most people, like majority now are pro cannabis, but there's a lot of people that still aren't because they still believe all the bullshit kind of thing.
So all right, so that medical program sounds horrific. And this is why I love hearing. I think it's important. Like, I want to bring Nati Studios on too, because it's like to hear what we're all living in our own local market and reality, right? And that's insane that they make you take 2%. So you have, I don't know, like would having cancer and wanting to use cannabis to like get your appetite going be a medical purpose that's valid, and then they'd be like, but first you have to try 2 prescription drugs to get hungry.
Typically, if you've got an existing medical condition and it's a really serious one, you will already have the evidence because you've already been in the system, you've already tried loads of things. But if you're new or you've been self-medicating, and it's like, I never told the doctor about my mental illness because I didn't want to be prejudiced. But I've been self-medicated with cannabis for fucking 30 years. So it's like I can tell the cannabis consultant that, and they'll be fine with it. But they are openly telling people. I mean, this is it. This is being advertised now on mainstream TV that you can get a cannabis prescription. This is the destigmatization, because now the problem with it is they've stigmatized half the population for the last 100 years. Now they've got, and these are all the old people. These are where all the fucking patients are. So now they've got to convince them that weed's okay, after having convinced them it's not for the last 30 years. So it's like, in the supermarkets, you're getting little CBD drinks with like 0. fuck all CBD in it. But it says weed leaf and it says CBD. It's like, that's destigmatization in the supermarket. It just slowly creep up the percentages over time.
Do people in England understand it's the same plant though? Like, because like in Canada before legalizing, even now they're like, oh, CBD comes from, it's not weed, right? They're just kind of clueless to how things work. Is that?
I don't. I mean, anyone who's interested,
the pipe, Mark.
Anyone who's interested is pretty clued up. I think.
I like the pipe.
A lot of people don't know. I mean, a lot of my mates my age part-time smokers or smokers, or they've given up. It's like you'd think they know, and it's like CBD was like, what the fuck's that? Where'd that come from? That wasn't around when we were smoking it 30 years ago. But it's like, yeah, it was. The hash you
It's
were
interesting.
smoking was like 10% CBD. That's why it had the effects it had.
For the
that,
four of
and stuff like that.
For the three of you, do you have like when I hang out with like the preschool dads, I'm like, who wants to smoke great weed? And they're all like, whoa, like I used to smoke when I was in like everyone smoked when they were younger, but nobody still really smokes.
Nice. Oh, that's sweet.
That's my little brand.
Oh, sweet. Wait, let's get that super sizing it. So it says High Craft Organics.
Yeah, there's a little weed leaf in
I
the
believe it.
Being held up by a man with a joint in his mouth. I'll take your word.
Mixed
Hold
salad
on.
isolator.
Nice. I love the mixed salad. I love
Yeah, no kidding.
full spectrum
you
medicine.
Mixed up salad joints. That was almost de rigueur. I mean, you never. I mean, like it was a special occasion when you saved it for like rolling out of the only one bag. You didn't.
Yeah,
You
that's
didn't
your Frenchy standard broad spread. 3 bags.
All right, so we'll do our German update as a. You got to type the German update. The new government could change. Oh wait, sorry, that's not the beginning. It's almost the same here with medical nowadays, just a bit further ahead with in-country. Okay. At this point, I think the EU should come in and just liberalize it, like at the EU level versus country level. Is that the implication?
Yeah, like our equivalent of federal.
What's really sad, you see Germany go legal, and it's like, even though they've done a really controlled thing, they've still let you have like 3 plants, which is like ridiculous. But
Yeah,
it's something, and it's just like, that's not going to happen here. They milk it for everything they can get. They are not going to give anybody the right to grow. There's been a petition running for years for the patients who have already got prescriptions for the right to grow, because some of their medication for their like kids with this and that, like runs into the thousands of pounds every month. They're never going to let you grow. It's like, this is why, Curaleaf are the biggest sellers of weed in the UK. And it's like, I question that, because it's just like, well, how much of it was good? Because most people have been complaining about their prescriptions. And if they knew that Curaleaf openly opposed home grow, it's like you're paying for somebody to get more powerful, who is stopping anyone who's like financially unable to pay for a prescription to be able to grow their own, which is insane. It's fucking, it's like, I'll grow my own forever. No one's ever going to stop me.
I guess you guys heard about the Washington State legislature that's being proposed that are going to allow home grow, and you can sell up to 1,000 pounds privately, like neighbor to neighbor.
That's great. I mean,
wait, Washington State?
Yeah, they're going to legalize.
You can sell 1,000, and then in my home grow, I can sell 1,000 pounds to each neighbor, or in total.
Moment. That's where I saw it this morning. It's in the news. It's just like popped in this morning. So imagine that if you can sell to your neighbors up to 1,000 pounds, it wouldn't matter really. I mean, at that point, wide open, boys. Legacy market, here we come.
Yeah. So, all right. So to continue the picture that's being painted of the UK in my head. So the weed comes from or up until now, the weed came from Canada, which, like a Curaleaf as an example, grew. It got irradiated before coming into the country, and then everything was turned into distillate, right? Because you said you can only vape, you can't smoke flower or do anything else. No.
Right. Okay. Couple of things. One thing worse than that. At one point, the weed was
it's worse.
From Canada to Germany first, so they could have their pick, because in Germany, prior to the legalization, they have a medical insurance system, a bit like you. So they were able to charge, the dispensaries were able to charge the Germans on their private health. So they were getting like 20 euros a gram. So they'd ship it all to Germany, and then what was left, what the Germans didn't want, that got shipped to the UK. And then that was what was available for us. And that was happening at one. That was happening at one point, and then no, it doesn't get turned into.
So Canada.
They prescribe flour. They prescribe flour in 10-gram jars or 30-gram bags.
So Canada would send pallets of flour to Germany, who got first dibs, and then what they didn't
being paid for by private insurance.
Went to you guys. But am I right that it was then also turned into vape form factor?
No. Right. So Storz and Bickel's Mighty is an official National Health Service inhalation device.
Nice. So you can dry herb vape.
That's what you're meant to do. Dry herb vape. You're not meant to combust.
Okay.
I mean, whether they've got the right to tell you that, I don't.
Okay, so
do,
vape pens
that's what they
and
say.
dry herb combustion.
Yeah, so you're not like if you. I mean, I kind of understand, but it's up, it really is up to
of irradiated. Okay, that you guys got the second pick. Yeah, it's like the stacking of shitty, like. Shitty thing after shit. It's like when you're doing like music recording, you stack filters, right? It's like each one then distorts the filtered thing in front of it.
Yeah. The funny and ironic thing is the UK.
So you guys have terrible medical. And wait, by the way, is it also super high priced for the patient?
It's come down now because of the competition's come up.
But at some point the patient was paying a high price, or their insurance was paying a high price for like very
so here in the beginning it was sort of 7 to 14 pounds a gram. That's like 10 to 20 bucks a gram.
Wow.
All the way up.
For the patient.
For the patient, all the way up, yeah. And now it's 5 to 10 quid, which is 8 to 15 bucks, 8 to 16 bucks, something like that, maybe a bit less. So it's coming down, but that's because the supply's gone up, and now we've got weed coming from like South Africa, in Morocco or Algeria, somewhere like that. You've got some other European juicers as well.
It's funny how many, like, just as I'm hearing all this, like how many companies are in the space that have incentive to be kind of bad actors so that they win. Like even when Canada hears that other countries are sending stuff into Germany and the UK, they're probably like, wait, how do we like elbow South Africa and like Colombia out? And then
it's we're always like 10 or 20 years behind you, depending on what it is. Maybe less on some things, but it's ironic because when the UK used to import all the cannabis, like hash and weed, we were always the last stop along the line. So everywhere else had their pick along the way, and we got the shit. That's why the UK is synonymous with like soap bar and stuff like that, because it was that or nothing. And it's just like now we go back to that situation again, and everyone wants to import their weed. And everywhere else gets the best pick and we get the shit. But the reason it's all irradiated is because our microbial tolerance standards are like higher than everywhere else, apparently. And I think that's a response to initially some of the first batches coming and got sent to people was moldy. And it's like there's court cases on suing for that kind of thing. So it's like
they were like, oops.
It's like, fuck it, irradiate the lot. I don't give a fuck.
It's like pasteurized milk,
But it's a bizarre thing. There's a website that rounds up all the medical availability called medbud.wiki, and it just lists all the strains, all the dispensaries, who the people behind them are. So if you want to avoid companies like something that ends in leaf, you can have a look, or you might find a more ethical company. And it's like people now buy weed. It's like a lot of people got a prescription, and it's like half their weed they still buy on the black market. They only buy some weed from their prescription because it keeps their legitimacy going. Oh, that's another thing with the benefit of it. You get a tub with You get a tub with your weed in it, and it's got your prescription name on and shit like that. And you can go anywhere in the EU, so you can take your weed on holiday. Get on the plane with your weed. Go to
Ibiza.
Go to somewhere that doesn't have weed, and take your weed with you. And it's, do you know what I mean? It's you can still do it without it, but if you get caught, you're not getting on your flight. That's the difference. And it's just like fucking bullshit. I mean, just paying for legitimacy. I think it's called racketeering, isn't it?
Yes. That is exactly the word. No, that's all right. So
sorry, there's another strike.
So Curaleaf was the dominant player shipping and owning the UK market.
Well, I don't know about owning it, but they were the biggest initially, probably because they had the biggest shove. I mean, at the minute we're at this point. It's like, so we're at something like 50,000 scripts, 50,000 prescriptions. Currently, just as things stand, there's easily 400,000 people that qualify. And then if people wanted to go down that route, that number could easily rise to 4 million. So if you think about it, we're at 50,000 scripts and there could be 5 million up for grabs. So the big players are like, I'm in, you know what I mean? They're knocking about.
Sorry, in a world where rec would never be an option, right? Like if it just stays medical.
Why would they go rec when there's 5 million scripts up for, it's just like, fuck them. They'll milk it.
You said
Germany's giving you the plant, the 2 plants. It's like Germany's like very mindful of its human rights, these days. They're a very forward-thinking country. UK's going backwards, I think, in that respect. It's like we've become more and more divided. It's like 50-50 on everything. Brexit, this, that. It's just like some people are just too far one way or the other, and
we don't suffer from that at all here in the US.
Because we don't get enough sun.
So with
sun, you're more happy.
With the new, so this year the new thing is that grow operations are starting to happen locally in the UK. Is it the same players who own the grow operations, or are there new players like local, like?
I mean, the UK's small, so local everywhere's local in a business sense. If you're in the middle of the country, everywhere's 3 hours away.
No. But what was our example of the MSO? I'm totally blanking on their name now.
Curaleaf.
Curaleaf. Like Curaleaf is not local, right? So like, are the Curaleaf starting to grow in the UK, or is it some local, more like mom and pop operator?
Oh no, not really. Rich investors. You've got to be in. I looked at
so
it.
Similar, because the price for entry is so high.
Yeah, you're looking. I mean, I remember doing the research on there's the Isle of Man, which is famous for a motorcycle race, actually. But they had one of the first ones there.
It's a scary race, right?
the scariest.
Awesome.
My friend went there to film stuff. He does a lot of like HBO level. Like he has like probably $1 million worth of camera equipment, and just the stories he would tell. It was like, this place is crazy.
So a couple of years ago, I think one of the first licenses was up for grabs there, and you basically needed £500,000 and a portfolio of successful businesses. So just to get your licenses and get started. So unless you're like already a successful in the club business, there's no like mum and pop. Let's get into that.
And their weed's going to have to be irradiated too, right?
That's something that America, I think, has much better than you. Is that's kind of your institution thing. It's like you've all got the right to have a go, and it's like no, you don't. Some people have
a
the
goat.
Right. No, have a go. You've all got the right to have a go at something.
Oh, I was like, I do.
You've all got the right to have a go. Yeah. But,
it's a very specific animal that I have a right to have.
Here, you need to be on the top shelf to have a go at certain things. They're not really interested in helping people out of their class or their economics.
Oh no, here in California, it was a big tease because at one point it was a market that was almost, I would almost say even like I was gonna say almost exclusively, but like exclusively mom and pop. Like no MSOs were relevant or around. It was all just like family farms and Humboldt and other places who started to make a mom and pop business. And then the regulations changed and it's now similar to what you guys have, which is like the big well-funded companies who create the shittiest product are gonna fucking own the market, and it sucks. Yeah, 215. Yes, that's the. It was so good, and that's why it's so tragic. Like knowing how good it was and the direction it could have gone from where we were at that point in time is like what I think for most people in California who know what happened, that's what makes them the most sad.
It was there in the grasp of your hands, isn't it?
Yes, I think it was a 1 goat per person, right? We had, but yeah, no, that's all right. So sorry. Which part of everything are you optimistic of, or makes gives you hope and optimism?
So if we're in a golden age, it's because like the what do you want to call it? The illicit
the
market.
gray market.
The illicit market. There's a huge
is filling the gap in a low risk way.
There's a lot of things going on there. There's like people.
Well, that's like California too, yeah.
There's a lot of people that have just literally like looked around other countries, gone, fuck that, I'm having some of that, I'm not waiting for nothing. And it's just like there's so many people that are just branded up. They're working at all levels from like super high craft. We've now got like import from Thailand, import from America, import from Canada, illicit wise as well. So there's a lot more choice, and with it, it's like it's now kind of it's commodified. Maybe not between both the legal and the rec. It's like there's people with a script who sit there for the month and they go, right, what am I going to smoke for the next month? And they look at like 50 strains that they can legally buy, and then they look at 500 strains they can illegally buy. And it's like I have a bit of that, I have a bit of that, and then when my tub's empty, I'll put that in it, and I'll put that in it, and I'll put that in it. And they're just cherry picking. It's like you can get Piatella from Spain, you can get Full Melt from Cali, you can get whatever, any strain you want, any cultivar you want, and there's still some shit stuff, but it's like the bottom level's going up, I would say, because of competition, and so there's a lot of value. You buy Cali packs, bona fide ones, people are paying like 140
Doja packs,
140 quid for an eighth of Doja or something. With it, there's loads of shit as well, and there's the poor practice of people just selling labeled packs. So you can just go into shops.
I mean, that happens in LA too. So.
Buy all the Mylar, lemon tree,
yes.
Whatever, and then just stick anything in it. So there's
and that's like what I love, that there are so many basically black market. It's what the 215 days were kind of like. It's like, I'm one dude with a small grow, and I'm going to create a brand, and I'm going to go out there and
That's what I mean.
hustle
It's
and
almost like
make a living.
they haven't, they're like, they're kind of, the tide's turning, and they will stamp down as people rise up and take the piss too much, and that's what I mean by we might be in a bit of a golden age, because what you can do, what you can get away with, and the penalties
May not last.
are more in balance. Like the penalties are low, and what you can get away with and what you can do is high, and the price of things is still high. So it's like the standard.
That's
price,
a winning combination.
So the standard price of an eighth, say, depending on who you know and where you get it. So let's say street price, that's like getting on for $50 now.
Wow, no kidding.
That's normal. That's pretty not, and I'm not saying that's everywhere. It's like you can buy dog. People call it dog, star dog. We killed star dog. There's still the good stuff out there, but Albanian mafia grew it to death.
It's interesting because how maybe not just
like 20 quid, $30, $20 an eighth at the low end, but it's like good weed costs more generally.
How big is the mafia's imprint on different markets in Europe? Albanian and other.
I stay in my lane.
Serbian.
I don't know,
Right.
but from watching news articles and YouTube and stuff, the Albanians are like super, super successful, and they run all the mafias now, I think.
And in seeds too, right? Like a lot of white labeling and knockoff.
So Spain's because Spain's penalties are so low because they've got this grey area with weed being still not legal. People think it is, but it's not. You're allowed to have it in a club or your home. That's it. But because the penalties are low, I think the mafias have moved in there, and there's massive, huge grows taking the piss. All the weed used to come out of Albania at one point. That was one thing they did. They were all growers, because there was a dictator that basically allowed that to happen. And now they just do that. That's their trade, and that's what they do all over Europe: Holland, Spain, UK, Ireland, France, Belgium. They're from all right. No, from just watching news articles. I don't know any of this personally. But they also,
And what are the genetics and the flavors that you and people you smoke weed with like? What's your jam right now? I've seen some of the Instagram stuff.
Yeah, I like variety, so I like old stuff and I like new stuff. But good. Good is good, really, isn't it? So I like to have a good.
I espouse that philosophy.
I like to have a mixture. It's interesting. So I was going to say about the good side of it, like the illicit side. So there's a scene of events, 420 events that happen across the country throughout the year, lots more in summer, ranging from sort of like a couple of hundred people to a couple of thousand, and they're just like 420 events. It's like a weed market.
Chill music.
It's like a car boot sale, but
lots of joints.
Everyone's selling weed and mushrooms and edibles. It's like there's no class A's. There's rarely alcohol. It's just music, food, vibes. It's chill. And I've taken part in a bit of that just for a bit of civilized disobedience. And it's the novelty of it. It's kind of like, they're never going to let you do this. And it's like when you watch FCP or something and you're watching when, in Canada, you're going to your fucking farmer's weed market or something. Or in Humboldt, you're going to your farmer's weed market and all turning up with your homies with all your fucking pounds of weed trading up and that. And it's like, fucking, that will never happen here. It's like, well, actually, it will, maybe not on the same scale, but so these events are cool, and you need to be like a kind of verified person. So it's all. It reminds me of the rave scene 30 years ago because it's like underground.
Yeah.
If you,
When you look like the under, this is my favorite. Hold on, you just gave me an excuse to bring up my 21 Jump Street reboot, where the adult shows up at the local high school and pretends to be a student and fit in because they're looking for the drug dealers.
That's pretty funny.
That was the not so dog with dreads.
Stealth, not so.
Yeah. Hey, fellow weed enthusiasts, what are we smoking on?
That was the guy he was pretending to buy his own weed off.
I think someone had posted on Instagram. It was like an over the shoulder of the cashier at a head shop, and there were two. You know what I'm talking about, Damon? Like the two undercover cops who were like, "Hey, I hear I can buy that devil's lettuce here." And he's like, "Nah, dude, you guys are cops, and we definitely don't sell." And they're like, "No, like we're not. We don't even know each other." All right, let me move on to the next thing. The next item I'm going to smoke. So, what are you smoking on today? The house brand, I assume.
Me, I'm smoking one of my red lead putt phenos.
Nice.
I've got about 16 F3 phenos to work through. And they're all pretty potent, actually, so it's quite hard work.
You have the F3s? Nice. Yeah, I have. Kevin sent some of those down. And then crosses. So there are a bunch of red lead putt cross to other stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been working. I got a pack of the original from Crickets and Cicadas, and then opened them up at the first stage, and then made some more lines at F2, and then a bunch more lines at F3.
Oh, sweet. So this is your F2 and F3. I think when most people hear it, it's the Kevin Jodrey, but no, I love it. So what direction did you bring it in? Like, what was your?
So they're all puck dominant. They're all, apical dominant, dwarf Afghan. Don't really see a lot of the red lab side in terms of structure. I've never seen a picture of the red lab. I've just heard it's talked about a lot. Heavy Days talk about it. Love to see some pictures of it. I heard him say it's tall and stretchy, I think, in the podcast. And I'm thinking it's just like, well, that trait's not borne out in any of the recessives or any of the generations. So it's just, it's potent. And the flavors are nice because they're sort of, it's in the gassy, earthy, hashy, oily, cushy. There's some weird stuff in there that's somewhere between dates and apricots or something. Some a tiny bit floral, not really though.
If you had found plants that expressed the date apricot more, would you have gone in that direction, or was that not really?
No, I mean they're still in. Like I say, I've basically line bred it. So I've got like at F1 at the first ones I made. There were 6 females, and I made 6 lines using 3 of the males. But then subsequently, 5 of the females proved intersex prone. So I worked from one line which wasn't, and then the best line of some of them that was. But I kind of think it's LEDs and overcrowding that's stressing the plants. And if you don't grow plants in the same place they were bred, they have to go through some adaptation. But it begs the question, it's like, how many plants are just completely rock solid sexually? And how many plants aren't and are growable if you manage it? But the idea that people breed out intersex traits, I think, is unrealistic unless you've got the proof of growing out hundreds of thousands of those plants. Because that's the only way you'll know. And nobody does that. We grow out 10 or 100, or we get a test. It's like you're trying to outbreed a survival mechanism that's been there for longer than our species. So it's like, I don't give a shit if you got to F3. Do you know what I mean? That doesn't mean, the one line I did that was solid, the number 8, that's my kind of breeder. And I've outcrossed her to, I don't know, quite a few things now. And she seems pretty stable. But is that because she's adapted? So now she is stable. If I give her to you, will she be stable? You know what I mean? We don't really know.
Okay,
Right.
so how much of it is it that we expect this plant to do something that it's, like you say, it's a survival trait, and it's like, like, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, or you get my point. That why don't we approach it from the point of view of, let's adapt the plant and expect this thing to happen, and maybe find out what minimizes it, or rather than try to breed it out,
At the end of the day,
breed a more adaptable plant. You get my
Absolutely.
point. We're not going to get rid of it. We're not ever going to get rid of intersex traits.
No, exactly. It's like we've done it. It's called sativa because we've cultivated it forever. So it's like, this is what we've done. This is part of it. Not saying you can't breed it out, but I'm saying maybe you can't in every single case, or certain cases it's economically not viable to.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we were Cargill or some giant ADM or some giant company that had unlimited funds and they could sit there all day and do this.
And you're totally right.
Pure leaf.
If you looked at it like a longer project, and I've got 3 generations to adapt this thing and get the best of it, then you will, kind of thing, and it probably won't have any issues. But when we're changing things for it all the time, so my environment is different than everyone else I know, and I get a lot of plants that express stress, particularly on the lowers, and I think it's like, what have we changed? Well, we're running LEDs now. Some LEDs have got different spectrum than other. Is there enough green light? Is there enough UV? Is there enough far red? All these kind of things. So I'm amazed how many plants I get to stress. It's like, if I grow it in my loft and it's sex issue free, I'm like, that's a pretty good fucking stress test for me, because so much stuff isn't. So it gives me confidence in the stuff that doesn't have issues.
You subject your plants to a lot of stress.
Well, I think everybody does. I think just the inherent indoor environment is kind of stressful anyway.
I don't.
How stressful is it? Is it extremely? Is it just a little?
Or super cushy, right?
Well, in some cases,
they're either pampered, or when it goes wrong, it can go disastrously wrong.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're smoking the Red Lead Puck right now? Nice.
Yeah, I got 2 re-vegged, successfully re-vegged. They're ready to clone again from the F3, so I might be able to retire my first one.
Did you listen to a lot of
2 years, and when I picked it, I used to smoke tobacco with it, a little bit of tobacco in my spliffs, which I'm now about 4 months tobacco free. And smoking it neat isn't quite as nice. It's really hard. It's just not the best smoking flower, I hate to say.
Were you in that
particular cut?
Were you in the club scene back in the 90s?
More like the
music. What kind of music did you listen to?
Early 90s was free rave days. So that was like techno.
Yeah.
Techno house, and the jungle scene came along. Drum and bass jungle a bit later. It was like around late 90s, 2000s. But I got quite a broad taste in music.
Nice.
My mum used to listen to the Beatles and Elvis and shit when I was a little kid. So used to all kinds of things.
Yeah, my oldest brother was my initial music introduction. It was a lot of vinyl of like the Beatles and the Kinks and the Clash and the Who, and
Okay, now we're talking.
then along came all the 80s bands, and I miss the vinyl days. It was so nice just to like sit on the floor in front of a record player and pull like a record out, put it on the player.
Yes, sir,
Jungle.
Yes, sir, it was.
I remember going to a Rolling Stones concert in London at Wembley when I was like 13 or 14. It was called the Urban Jungle Tour, and I thought, fucking hell, I'm really lucky to be able to catch the Rolling Stones live still. You know, they're ancient already. And it's like 40 years later.
When you see an 88-year-old Mick Jagger coming out onto the stage and being like,
and you know what? He can probably still kick all our asses too. I mean, that dude, you know, I guess he's taking care of it.
Stones and the Heroes, big on them.
Well, I'm a huge fan of Keith Richards. I mean, you know, how many tellies do I own, right?
It's funny. One of my neighbors, I could never remember his name, and one of my other neighbors, he was like, "It's Keith. Just think of Keith Richards whenever you see him." And I never forgot his name since then, because I'm like, Keith Richards.
Well, I had a guy that I got weed from forever, and his name was Keith, and so he just became Keith. You know, he was just Kiefer. Hey, man. So, well, I do remember when my brother ran in the house with a copy of Sticky Fingers. Mark, look, it unzips, and he pulls out the underwear. You know, I mean, the original Warhol cover and everything. I mean, that was like major. Wow.
Yeah, I've been starting to listen. Like, there's a lot of music where you don't listen to it for a long time, and then you start to get back into it and appreciate it. Like, who is from the band who died yesterday or the day? Yeah,
Garth Hudson, rest in peace. Boy,
like. Remember when you first listened to like Cream or the band? Like, that shit was so good, and they were so good as musicians.
It still is.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I say to people all the time, there's not a song the band did that I don't consider to be at least good. You know,
yeah,
I'm a huge fan. I just can't help it. I mean, I almost resisted it. It took me 20 years.
Like even or like Bob Dylan's songwriting prowess. Like how many songs he can't. Like I brought my 10-year-old to go see the band, or not the band. The what is it? A Man Unknown, or what's the name of the movie?
Oh, No Direction Home.
No. Someone in the chat will get the name of the movie. But anyway, it was the Bob Dylan movie, yeah, no, he was always like, I was trying to teach my daughter, like, you could write lyrics like Britney Spears or like Katy Perry, like, or you could write lyrics like Bob Marley and Bob Dylan, and like, I want you to hear just like the difference when you're listening to a song. Like so many songs, I'm like, I wish this song was in another language. Because understanding the lyrics and how cheesy and awful they are, like, bring the song down levels where if the lyrics, Frank Zappa, Complete Unknown, I think, right? But yeah, we were talking about that earlier with like people who passed away, and yeah, like from the band. And then I started like, I was up at like 3 a.m. last night, and so I started looking at like Robbie Robertson and like all the other members and like going on their Wikipedia pages and then like listening to like I started playing like live the band shows on YouTube. But yeah.
I just, huge influence on me just as a musician and a listener and a writer in general. Every one of them. Robbie Robertson, Levon Helm. I mean, classic.
I love that Levon, it's like drumming and belting out with his, like, also the other thing with their songs, they all have such really cool distinctive voices.
Yes.
And so in any song you're hearing like this really cool voice that's singing a certain part. And then like suddenly the next voice steps up and it's the bass player like leaning into it and belting out his tunes or his verses.
There's so many examples of that, of how they use that vocal prowess in such a great way. I mean, and every one of them could write too. Not only could they sing, but they also knew how to write a good song. So it was just like, Richard Manuel with Whispering Pines and Rick Danko with Stage Fright, or Robertson with anything he wrote, which was basically most of the catalog. And then you got Levon back there, and it's just, now think about this: 4 Canadians and an Arkansas American, and they're writing songs about the Civil War. And I
was gonna say that could have been the start of a joke. 4 Canadians walk into a bar in Arkansas.
Like, think about how heavy this is. These guys were just taking it on and doing it. I mean, let's write something. They actually sat down and said, let's be like monumental. Let's not just fuck around here. Let's sit down and be really, really good at what we do. So it was a conscious effort. And so hats off to Garth. This one's for you, bro.
I will join you in that.
Please.
And Damon, as a Canadian.
Yeah, no kidding. That's kind of neat that we're sitting here having this conversation in such an international kind of setting. I mean, I never thought I'd be spending my afternoon with 2 people from different countries, let alone halfway across the United States.
I won't light it up now because I don't have a banger, but I won that in a.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. Proper. It's
Shout out.
It's such a cute little pipe.
It's
Class 5.
I like it.
Just need some 6-star hash to put in it.
There you
And
go.
a banger.
Little banger.
Something to work towards, right?
How much do you dab, Peter? What's your dab flour ratio?
I don't really dab. Like I like old school hash.
Yeah, same.
If I dab, I want to start going back to
I bought that about 2 months ago and I haven't used it yet.
Yeah, no, so I was gonna say I want to start going back to like the e-rigs, because I feel like you're not taking these massive, like the massive dab followed by 30 seconds of coughing worse than any cough you've ever like.
No, this
it's not an enjoyable experience. And with these, I feel like it's like much more dainty.
No, coughing is your body telling you did something wrong.
Right. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Or conversely,
so for me,
little it takes to get the job done.
So I would say I smoke 99% flower, but then of the flower, well, sometimes I smoke tobacco by itself, but a lot of times I'll mix flower and like my homegrown tobacco. It's like adding a little coffee nicotine buzz to the weed buzz. Like a little pick you up.
That's why I used to
Mostly, so if I'm with other people, it's a lot of joints. If I'm by myself, it's almost exclusively just pipes. I used to in like college it was all bongs.
You've got traditional hash in your pipe.
What's that?
You smoke traditional hash in your pipe.
I'll put it on flour.
On top of flour.
Yeah. And but yeah, then I would also do it in one of these. Like that would be just some traditional hash would be very nice out of the rig. But like rosin, I mean, if someone's like, it's the most amazing stuff, and like I want to show respect, like Chad, who's in the chat, Grow Space Killa grew out the grape juice, and he brought it with him to. We went to Steve Cantwell's play. What was it? The soil summit with Grassroots and Elaine Ingham and a bunch of other people. But he brought it, and I dabbed that, and but like generally, I'm not a big dabber.
You can get that in the UK. I think this is imported from you guys, and then just branded up here. So that's a honey banana.
Yeah.
No.
It's the real deal. It smells beautiful.
Pretty.
That's 140 quid for 2 grams.
Wow.
So that's like 175 bucks.
I appreciate the dollar conversions because in my head I was like, so
I'm guessing.
What is about $1.25, $1.30 dollar?
125 maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, is the pound still strong compared to the dollar, or
Quarter to one.
how's the pound doing relative to the euro?
Yeah, it's a load of bollocks, really.
What? We'll just
When we went in, it was like 2 to 1, and now we're like £1.10.
Right.
So the euro is becoming stronger.
Yeah. I mean, once we decided not to go in it, yeah.
And how's that decision worked out for the good people of the UK?
Who knows, mate? Who knows? It's like our media are just say what whoever's paying them to say, really.
Is Piers Morgan big in the UK, or is he an exclusive export to America?
I think he does better over there because he's more a novelty. He pissed everyone off here enough times, I think, because he's sort of, he's Marmite and yeah, it's difficult to say, really.
Okay, this is the OJ Kush. So yeah, my holy grail is if I can actually get work stuff done while usually that plan goes sideways when I start smoking. Just dump all of you out.
So yeah, so there's lots of good UK brands that are. It's just like, I think it's just like people look at what you've got going in legal states, and it's just like, yeah, fuck it, we'll have some of that. The fact it's not legal, try and stop us. It's like at the moment they're letting people out of prison in the UK because they don't have enough space. They don't have enough space for them. Luckily, we have a different system than you guys with our prisons. It's not so much a straight right business as it is over.
I was going to say they're trying to rehabilitate and get people out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not a money making exercise. They lose money, I think.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, our prison system's fucked.
Yeah, so a lot of
And,
UK brands,
and I know I wouldn't want to be in it.
yeah. So a lot of UK brands just doing their thing, getting their crew together, setting up their thing, and just rolling with it,
But all at like small scale, mom and pop, black market brand building. Yeah, no, it's that's what it's like. And that's what's the most interesting and the most fun.
That's the
Like
best thing about
seeing, because you're seeing friends who are like suddenly this is their full-time gig, and it's like fuck yeah.
So everyone, at least until recently, pretty much was set up on Telegram, which is a social media app where they have a virtual shop. I think now a lot of people are on TikTok and stuff like that. But so there's like the whole legal side. There's a lot of legal businesses that are like cannabis based, but they're not legal. Like apparel and merchandising and seeds and all kinds of things. So there's a whole range of businesses that are, I don't know, just like it's like because they're not regulated, they're sort of in this grey area. They're not in a regulated market. It's a bit like there's I don't know, just a sense of freedom about it. Everyone does their own branding and.
So this is a total off-topic question, but I'm going to forget it if I don't ask it. But the visual I just got in my head was of Benny Hill. Did you watch Benny Hill and appreciate him in your youth? Like I think all three of us probably did.
Yeah, he was mainstream TV when I was sort of growing up.
That is epic. Epically good mainstream TV.
In the days when the whole country gathered and sat and watched the same four channels. So everyone who was over the age of able to walk was basically sat on a sofa.
I love that the government let Benny Hill through the censor, this is good. Like to your point, like the whole family is sitting around watching the TV and it's like watching Benny chase women around and
So there's certain corporations, broadcasting corporations that have been harboring, blatantly been harboring paedophiles and sexual predators and all that kind of thing for a long time.
No,
the biggest one is they're only just really getting their shop in order. Really, it's pretty shocking and sad how it can be happening in 2025.
But sorry, within the productions, like the sets of these shows or the business.
People on the pay books have got history and have got stuff going on. And it's like they find out the truth and then they cover it up because it's bad PR. And then it comes out later that they covered it up and they don't, they're not doing the right thing. And it's like, it's not once, it's been going on for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. From days of Jimmy Savile. Remember Jimmy Savile? Anyway, bad topic, really. Talking about horrible people, giving them airtime. Yeah, Mark, what you smoke a pipe? You smoking a pipe, Mark?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, yes, I am. I got it.
Is that your main consumption method?
Little bong over here. Pretty much that, and I do dabs here and there during the day. Kind of whatever's convenient. But
really, you're a dabber?
I'm like 20% of my consumption, probably. Yeah,
like rosin or more like dark hash.
Rosin. I got the laboratory hash rig or oil rig right here, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Did I miss that?
It's a 250 milliliter 2-neck beaker and a couple of pieces of lab gear with a banger bowl on it. Works great. Costs about $30. Super cheap. real easy to use and even easier to replace. So I would just break glass. I'm a glass breaker, I'm a elbow knockover, that kind of stuff. So I buy things I can replace cheaply, and I don't have $100 a bong, so I buy $15
Monty Python.
Oh, there. Let's get
Mr.
started.
Bean.
But yeah, bongs.
Yeah, if I were to typecast you, it would be as a flower guy.
Oh, totally.
So I'm surprised. I did not know you dabbed. So you know what I'm talking about with like the hack. But do you can your lungs handle the?
Well,
or do you cough too?
That said, this is where you learn how little or how effective it really is. Because I started out seeing like there are guys that take like the half-gram dabs, and I'm like, why does that make me just want to fall over? So I started doing almost micro dabs compared to them. I'll do, as much as necessary as opposed to let's see how much I can get in my body. Dabs to me,
I'll clear the chamber in like 3. Like I'll like take a little more until I clear it.
Right. And I just do like little mini dabs, basically. It's all kind of here and there during the day. If I have time to sit and eat the bowl and sit down, But most of the time, I'm just doing a bong when I think of it. Joints for social occasions, with the tip if you need it, that kind of stuff. Oh, look at that. Nice little black and white there.
Nice.
And your cat, Gilbert.
Yeah, Sean Telly.
Yeah. I had a beautiful black and white.
This one adopted me about a year ago, and then another one adopted me.
My black and white, which I sadly miss, I named Theodore Eddy after the Rough Boys of Britain, like the little punks over there. I was really a big Clash fan when they first came out, and that whole lot. And so when I got this cat, I just thought immediately of the British punk scene and said he's a Teddy Eddy, and so that was his daily name, Teddy Eddy. So hey, I'm the kind of guy that I actually have a British copy of the first Clash EP. So
nice.
Big fan, man. Love those guys. Love that whole scene. The whole British punk wave was just like a breath of fresh air to me.
When he said England's always like 25 years behind, I was like, except in music.
Well,
you guys do a pretty good job with music.
Yeah, well, I mean, why do you think people like Hendrix went over there? Because it was a cool place to be. And, I was listening to a lot of that kind of stuff, a lot of Traffic and, and all the prog rock and stuff that was coming over at the time. And then, Cream came along and et cetera, and you couldn't help but hear the Stones. I mean, Britain was a big part of my musical upbringing in that respect. So when
me too,
when the first Clash EP came out, I was like, oh, let's stop and listen to this. So, band for life. Joe Strummer, man, I miss him greatly.
Can you play a Clash song?
If you'd asked me any other time, I'd probably say yes, but I could come back with one if you don't mind.
Yeah. But you want to play something, and then at some point in the future play. I
was going to suggest.
Didn't we talk about this the other day? About getting a bunch of different people who each play like the guitar or like the piano to take one song, or like to take a musician and then each person pick a different song that they're gonna do.
Right.
Like Gia and Drew. Like Drew's, if everyone had to do a Cypress Hill song, so Drew did Hits from the Bong, right?
Right. Well, or the concept of let's just pick an artist and your favorite song from that guy, or a theme of artists that write songs all about like jumping off of bridges or stuff like that. I'm just gonna play a little something, and then I have to kind of excuse myself because I have an afternoon dinner, like an early dinner date that I do every day, and I
that sounds fun.
Take care. Oh yeah, it's just a little bike ride. Nice little bike
Is that
ride.
going to be a joint occasion? A joint gathering?
Yeah. Oh, always.
Excellent.
I mean, it's cooking, and it's always enlightened if you want to look at it that way. So, I'm just going to make a little. It's a little raga for the moment. So.
Nice. Yeah, we got a master. I feel bad because the mic wasn't doing it justice, but that was awesome. And we'll
Well,
get
I'm probably getting it pretty hard being 8 inches away from it. So, and
probably.
these pieces of wood are capable of quite a bit of acoustic energy. So, but
Yeah, I think the little mic on the laptop probably is overwhelmed. It's like
no more, please help me. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate the opportunity to just hang out and play little tunes. And Chilbert, it was a pleasure to finally meet you. I see you on the chats all the time. So,
do you agree that Chilbert should come back more often on the visual side of things?
Please, yes. It would be lovely to hear, stuff from the other side of the pond, so to say. And it's like just as much as I get the Canadian perspective from people like Damon and all the guests he has on After Dark, and I sit and listen to that stuff and just sometimes just want to just I laugh. I wish you could hear it.
What do Canadians think about?
Well, pretty much same thing most people do. Just a slightly different angle. That's all. That's a good thing. I just want to say thanks to everybody for letting me hang out and share this little part of my day. And
yeah,
I'd be happy to come back if I'm welcome. So
you're always welcome.
Oh, thank you, Peter.
Don't be a stranger.
I won't. I'm a daily consumer of this stuff. So, every time you put on, pretty much say like, hey, I watched every second of that Dank Mavens this morning. And let me tell you, your kid has some groovy little pink stuff. Go check.
Oh, my daughter.
Yeah, that was absolutely just heartwarming to see you just laying there with a pink teddy bear behind your head and your kid next to you, and she's just like hanging out and waving goodbye.
She's pure comedy.
Oh man.
Yeah, I have yesterday. She so I watch a lot of Bluey, which is a kid's cartoon. And every time, and like Peppa Pig, which actually I personally love Peppa Pig. Like when my oldest daughter first started watching Peppa, I was like, I kind of like watching this too. But with Bluey, my 3-year-old, no matter what, she'll be lying down on the couch watching it, and the theme song in the beginning comes on, and she'll jump off the couch and she'll start like shaking her butt, because that's kind of what that's like the Bluey intro dance. And
incredible.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, soak it up, dude. You're having a good life. You're leading a good life, that's for sure. So, well, listen,
I appreciate it.
And thanks again. So,
all right, enjoy the dinner. Later. Mark, you're not really gone. Mark. You're what were we just talking about before? I don't remember.
Bluey. Do you watch and Peppa Pig?
Bluey. So there's so all right. What I love is the cartoons where it's clearly grown-ups who are writing it and they're like amusing themselves. Like there's stuff that goes over the little kid's head, but the grown-ups like get the joke. Those are the best cartoons, and I feel like there are a lot of them. we could, if different people did like the Bluey theme song, and then I could play them all to my 3-year-old, and we'll have her pick a winner. Her favorite Bluey. So Lobster could do the Barrel House piano, right? Play the juke joint piano style. Gia could belt it out. From
I loaded that song from Gia.
It's up on the site?
Yeah. In yours. Yeah, go ahead. You said we could.
All right.
Or do you have to refresh? Like, does it show up on your end?
Hold on. Sorry. What's the youtube.com/ FCP Quattro?
No. I put it in here in StreamYard. Here, I'll just hit play.
This is my cover
In the,
of Beautiful World by Devo.
Oh, it's only the
It's a
audio.
wonderful
Oh, good.
world we live in. Sweet romantic place. Beautiful people everywhere. Really show they care.
Should we give people the context of who's singing? Let me see if we can get a. Do we have a good picture of Gia?
It's a beautiful world. It's a beautiful world for you. For you. For you. It's a wonderful time to breathe. Nice to be alive. Beautiful people everywhere. Where they come their head. Makes me wanna stay. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place. It's a wonderful place for you. For you. For you.
That's as far as I've gotten so far. Yeah.
You're muted. You're muted, Peter. Peter, you're muted.
I was gonna say we still need to work on the mic, but it's heading in the right direction, right? It sounds like he has that one directional mic that's getting the guitar and the vocals, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So
And
if
it's
you could
almost
play
like
the
he's too close to
guitar
it.
and then
Yeah.
record the vocals.
Right. That I was thinking the same thing. He could put headphones on and listen to this and just do the guitar, and then put headphones on and just listen to the guitar and just do the vocals.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're gonna do sound engineering from a distance. Well, actually, that's why I like the idea of him playing at that club in Costa Rica, because they probably have a sound system, and then we could have him just record from the sound system.
And then get each
Because there'd
track.
be a mic on his mouth and there'd be a mic on his guitar.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
We'd go from one mic to two mics.
I told him to learn Unskinny Bop. You remember that song from the 80s?
Who sings it?
Poison, I think.
Unskinny Bop. Oh yeah, Poison.
Yeah.
Oh wow. That's when they're peak Poison too.
Peak 80s.
That is. Oh wait, hold on. We'll put it here.
What's like the most trendy flower now in California? What's blowing up?
It depends on the market. God, here in LA, like I'm in LA, where it's like Z, and it's a lot of desserty, fruity.
That's what the UK wants. Yeah, that's what the UK wants.
But
It's the most
in
popular thing, I'd say.
like when I'm like people up in NorCal or the East Coast, it's not that. LA is its own sad. It's like pretty hydro weed that's hyped up. Like there was stuff at the event on Sunday that was like that someone would pay $1,000 an ounce for, and people do. And it's all in the marketing. And it's generally like perfect looking, perfect manicured, fruity stuff.
Yeah. There's what you call them, like an online head shop that sells high-end flowers collected from wherever where the best of whatever they can source. So it's just like a middleman collecting all the best flower they can and knocking it on at a premium. So like a high-end whatever.
I need to bring Gabe on to talk about this stuff because it's the world he lives in. Like I'll smoke the joint because just the joints are going around and it's like, but yeah. So like that's not what it's like music, right? If you were like, what's top 40 in America? I'd be like, nothing I really listen to myself, but there is a top 40. Yeah.
Skunk number 2.
Nice.
Very old.
How do we feel about the
Very
bag
old.
and the dry and the cure?
Well, I met Lance. Is it Lance from Grove
Yeah,
Bag?
Sir. Well, he likes to go by Sir Lance a lot.
Okay, yeah. So I met him at Spanibus. No, sorry. Did I meet him at Spanibus?
Or was it one of the UK ones?
I met him at Product Earth. Yeah, I met him in
Yeah.
Earth. And
He's a road warrior. Like he's at so many global trade. I'd be psyched to have a job where somebody would pay me to go around. Nice.
See, luckily my branding fits the same color scheme, so I don't have to go. I don't have to go down the mile.
The colors don't clash.
No, see, it almost looks like they printed it, doesn't it? Yeah, no, it's good. I'm trying to convert people to move off Mylar because everything comes in Mylar bags with cartoons and all this stuff.
Yeah, that's LA too.
It's like unashamedly aimed at kids. It's like, it's just standard marketing practice. Make it look like a packet of sweets, the most powerfully addictive substance on the planet, and make it all the colors to make it look like
100% artificial. Yeah.
See,
right.
That's not like modern weed today. Like, that's not what the kids want.
Right.
It stinks though.
You're a full bush kind of guy.
You can't really trim that. It's like there's nothing left afterwards. But it's funny. It smells like cheese. It's very similar to cheese.
Yeah.
Someone gave me 2 cuts. One called Bubble. One called Purple. And they might even be older than the cheese. I don't know.
Yeah, we need someone who wants to volunteer as the music audio engineer.
Need
yeah.
as well.
Right. It'd be like doing sound checks with people who are going to do music and then trying to figure out what's like the most MacGyver low budget way to make you sound better. So that everybody can enjoy your music from the comfort of their own couch. So they're nice, big, meaty 8s. Yeah, so that was like 5.5 grams.
Let's see that again, Peter.
And what's Flower going for in Los Angeles?
What's that?
What's Flower go for in Los Angeles?
Well, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. Like there's, I call them the heady boys, like BOI. That'll go for $1,000 an ounce.
Oh no, I just mean like your standard price on an eighth. Like, what's your normal?
In a shop, I have no idea, but I would assume it's like 40 in a shop, probably $40, 50, 60, 70. Although I don't know, someone who knows the shops in California.
Peter's not a custy.
I have never bought weed from a shop. But a long time ago, I used to like I was trying to help kind of the mom and pop shops like in the LA market. And it would like seeing some of them go from the 215 days to the like the mom and pops, not like the MedMens, but like the guy who sold the MedMen was kind of a mom and pop who like as things changed, it just became too complicated for him and like don't have the money and but there were some cool shops. San Diego, all right, so top shelf 65 and 8. That's US dollars we're looking at here.
Yeah, so that's like 50 quid. Yeah,
but then you can also get like $30 in, like I think what was their name? There was a company, Flower, was it the Flower Company? But their whole thing was like not cheap wouldn't be the word they would put on it, but like reasonably priced ounces. So like I don't even think they sold eighths or joints or anything else. It was like we're gonna try to get you the best ounce in the rec market for like the most reasonable price. So No Till King was $55 in dispensaries. They're a local like soil.
So those cookie packs will find their way here, and people will be paying 60 quid for them, 70 quid.
For cookies branded, like the blue cookies, like Mylar. And it could be any weed inside, right? Like it doesn't.
It could be 60, 70 quid, and you get, if you buy 2, you'll get like a tenner off.
Because if there's anybody growing good weed, it's Berner.
It's just like what people know. It's just some people
Right.
don't know.
I know.
And brand security and that kind of thing. But some people document that their weed's not been great for a long time. You know, or certainly not like worth the money, or not worth that money. But news travels a bit slow sometimes, so sometimes we're a little behind.
Yeah, so what we're talking about
and stuff like that is still like sought after here, and I don't know if that's the case there. I think they maybe past the peak.
It is sad seeing kind of who some of the like taking cookies as an example of like seeing success, or like when MedMen was like growing and like getting all this great publicity, and you're like, but they're terrible like people. Or like I was talking to this guy John Capetta who worked at, he was one of the writers and content people at High Times, and I was like, yeah, he came to the sesh on Sunday and I was super high, and I was like, how about that news? Because the Adam Levin, I think I showed this before, but this was beautiful news. Like, this guy was a super douchey dude who bought High Times, and this is what happened to him. Chairman of High Times parent agrees to plead guilty. This is a press release by the Justice Department, the U.S. Attorney's Office. Chairman of High Times parent agrees to plead guilty and scheme to give undisclosed payments to analysts touting its securities offerings. And Adam Levin, who, let's get a picture of Adam Levin so everyone can appreciate this guy. Here we go. Can you see him? Can you guys see him?
Yeah.
So that guy, when High Times was raising money, he paid like a securities newsletter like that puts out a weekly like stock picks and stuff like that, but like supposedly that we have no affiliation with, and he was paying them through kind of middlemen companies to write glowing things about High Times prospects as a stock as he was going out to raise money for High Times, and he got caught. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think we were talking about shitty people in the weed world. I think was the topic my head was on, and it started reminding me of some of these dudes. But then sometimes like shit catches up with their shittiness, right? Like everybody realizes they're a shitty person. Those are good moments. That Adam Levin moment when that Department of Justice press release went out was very satisfying.
Does High Times put out a magazine anymore, or are they just online?
Well, now I think they're in like receivership or something. But I think it may have. That's a good question. I don't know.
I'm Googling it.
Or if they stop, like when did they stop publishing? All right.
And I'm in Canada, so I can't get news.
Like it blocks you from.
Yeah, I'm not getting any results when I click on the news tab. So you
Really?
have to, yeah. Like, so if I'm on like Twitter, sharing news kind of works. But if you send me a link from a Canadian news site and you're in LA and you send it to me, Instagram blocks it automatically on my side because it's news.
But what about Google? Like, can you do a search for High Times?
Let me do it this way.
Sorry, were you just trying to find the High Times Instagram page to see like when their last?
No. Google or like Bing search.
But Bing was blocking you from searching for
the news. But I've got it here on Google. But it won't be any Canadian sites. They'll all be American.
But why? That's like sounds like China. Like what? I'm learning things about the UK today. I'm learning things about Canada.
I don't.
So Canada seriously blocks certain keywords or
so
like
if I
geolocate, geo fences content.
So on Facebook, okay, if the local media puts out an article and I go to Facebook, like how we all used to just post that article and then like put our commentary in, no, it's blocked. You can't do that.
But is that because that local paper wants to monetize you as a local customer, or is that because the government censored like doesn't?
I'm not paying enough attention not allowed to post any media stuff. They charge them. Yeah, so it's not. I don't know. Like Facebook, Instagram, and those guys are. Yeah. It's blocked.
Well, but those are two very different reasons. One is because the companies want to make money off. It'd be like if people in LA, Like, what was the rule around sports? Like they're not going to broadcast, what was it, like the Patriots game in Boston unless the Patriots sold out the stadium, right? Like, but then also in LA, like if any of the LA football teams are playing, CBS will play their game over any out of market game, even if it's a shitty game. So is it like that the papers want to maximize their money?
So this is what I'm reading from the Canadian Press.
Oh, nice. But
on-
someone did research, someone who's not in Canada, whoops, where'd that just go? Oh, yes. They no longer but as of when? Okay, so it's a government, but to block you guys from hearing what your local
government, so Google spends 100 million in funds to Journalism Collective in exchange for Online News Act exemption. It agreed to pay Canadian news outlets in exchange for an exemption from the Online News Act to a journalism organization designated to disperse the funds. So that was Google, and that was January 3rd.
Okay, but I feel like, is that reacting to Google News, which basically like makes all like like Apple News? I don't know what the deal is with Apple and news companies, but like Apple's getting all the eyeballs and all the money, and so maybe that's why they were blocking it through Google and Bing. Like, but that they should still link you to the actual news, like the Toronto Star's website, right? Or the Saskatoon Gazette. What are some famous Canadian, what's the Canadian equivalent of the New York Times?
Globe and Mail.
The Globe and Mail.
Yeah, the Globe and Mail. Toronto, Toronto Sun's kind of Sun UK-ish, page 3, that sort of thing. It's still news, but
TMZ-ish.
Yeah, no, well, see, I go to Twitter. I've gone to Twitter because you can just search the hashtag that everybody's using, and then you can find something out that way, right? So I've been like that since probably
Cheddar Bob, you're like a modern day Yoda with your wise words.
I'm gonna try something here.
Okay, so nice.
So when I try to put a link
deeper. So all right, so just hold on, Damon. So Silent Truth.
Okay.
So you think that last summer is when they last published their print version of High Times. All right, so Canna Chris argues that it's a liberal policy. Well, no, all right, but it would go both ways, right? Because they block liberal and conservative, or do they only block?
It's blocking all these.
Yeah, it's non-discriminatory. So, but my question is, because I know there was an issue with like Google is not some altruistic gatherer of news for the general public. Like they want to monetize. They want you to read as much of that article within Google News or Apple News or whatever. So my question is, was the policy put in place to block Google from sucking up all the ad revenue and subscriber revenue from the publications, or as Canna Chef Chris says, it's a liberal plot?
Well, okay, so here's the thing. CTV News, that's like NBC or MSNBC, right? When I try to post a link in my Instagram stories, I get a thing that says, in response to Canadian government legislation, news links, I lost it, can't be shared in Canada, tap to learn more. And then it just goes into some generic like IG stuff. So, and that's CTV News is like neutral. right? They're neither for nor against. But all of our media outlets are kind of government subsidized in one way, shape, or form or another. So,
Well, what you got is a learned man.
Bill C18. Thanks, Hole.
Why don't some of you guys jump on who
Know more about this because I don't pay attention. Like, I don't care.
Cheddar Bob, do you want to share some
Canadian news?
some Cheddar Bob-isms, some Yoda-like wise words of wisdom? Oh wow.
How many people are in chat? There was only 2 people when I jumped in.
22.
There's a whopping 22 on a channel that nobody knows about. So that's
Okay. Hello everyone. Hope everyone
it's an exclusive. This is like the VIP.
I can't run YouTube at the same time. My bandwidth is lacking.
I find it funny John didn't know it either. I know I'm not alone.
You know you're not alone. What?
Well, I don't post links on, like, that's not what I'm about, right? So I had no, like, I read sometimes about the online news stuff, but it just really doesn't affect.
Cheddar Bob is Canadian adjacent.
He's in Maine, right?
Cheddar Bob, jump on.
John wanted to know if Canada and the US were at war. Nice. Something else I'm not paying attention
Cheddar
to.
Bob's at the front lines, right? He's like, I watched Super Troopers 2. Did you ever watch that? Did anyone in chat watch that? You watched it?
Oh yeah.
Where they there's what's the plot? It's like the boundaries of the at the border were drawn wrong, and actually there's a whole Canadian town that's actually U.S. territory. That's the plot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen Canadian Bacon with John Candy and Rhea Perlman? It's from like the late.
I think I think I have.
Yeah.
Like I think a long time ago.
Same sort of principle behind Super Troopers too.
I remember the original Super Troopers. I went and I saw the screening with all the cast, which was pretty cool. And then it was such an obscure movie, and then it became kind of like this, I don't know, like a cult movie. Like it never had big distribution, right? I remember Half Baked with Dave Chappelle. My friend Dan Gilbane and I just decided to go see a movie in Seekonk Cinemas, Massachusetts. And I was really high, and he didn't smoke weed. He just drank and got really belligerent, but he was funny. So we parked, and as we were walking towards the main door of the cinema complex, people started exiting one of the theaters, like to the street. So we just snuck in there and was like, quick, run. Like, we didn't know what movie we were watching. We just sat down, and it turned out to be Half Baked. That was, so I saw Half Baked in the movies, not knowing what I was about to watch. I was like, this movie's awesome. Yes, we do need a new stoner. Actually, if we wrote a good script, my friend is currently pretty. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about it. Maybe I'm not allowed to talk about it. But anyway, he did Narcos and some other stuff. And I've always wanted to like pitch ideas, like be the annoying friend who's like, I have an idea. Can you get this in front of the right people? Whatever happened to the what was it, the Freak Brothers? The animated, you know what I'm talking about?
Nobody got back to me. I have the
No,
email.
no. But
Oh.
all right, well, do any of us know like did they get like are they in limbo or are they actually doing? Because wasn't it at one point like there were a series that was being picked up and fuck, why do I do that?
Season 2 of the Freak Brothers is on Tubi. I don't know if you guys have that in the US.
Probably, but it's not on like Netflix or the Cartoon Network or.
I think it was on HBO Max down there. They're posting.
Damon, back in the day, did you have a pirate satellite that would pick up HBO After Dark?
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we
Holy.
We had the big 6-foot wide dish in our. Actually, it was on our hot tub room.
Yeah, we had. I remember in Brooklyn we had one. It was it was whack. It was big.
What was that? Oh yeah, that's what it was.
We could. Well, we should have. Remember. All right. So can I disclose your sporting talent? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about?
Me? No. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but no.
I want to.
No.
Can I tell that story?
No. No.
Yes. All right. Well, we could have a Cheddar Bob helmet cam.
No.
Actually, it would be good to have like a Super Troopers or like a John Candy style comedy about where like the end is like the weed world, weed done right in America or wherever, like globally, like suddenly like everybody can grow it, like everybody can, get it cheaply and
It's
safely, and it's all like heirloomy landrace stuff everywhere, and it's a sensible world where people who are good at it are making a living, and like that's the like as you're like writing the script and like pitching, it's like, and it's like well actually what was not Walter, what was the movie with the mom who started selling weed? David Duchovny was in it, or the show, the series. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
Weeds?
Was it Weeds?
Was it Weeds?
That's right. Yeah, was it a movie? I thought it was a series. Where like the mom starts selling. Yeah, okay.
Oh no. Well, Californication?
Yeah, well, all right. So, but what was? Yeah, I'm blanking on the plot between the two. Was Californication anything weed related or no?
No. He was in half of the season 8 episode, but did not appear in season 9 until the series finale in 2002. So Duchovny was in Weeds.
Of Weeds he was in the end.
Yeah.
You're saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I remember the woman who was the main character, and I think that was on Netflix. Yes, that was that I would love to be an LA actor and you're cast in a show where you're a sex addict. It's like the dudes who were in Entourage, right? It's like every shoot is basically you at a club with like models everywhere. Weeds was on HBO? That might be right. Oh yeah, Nancy Botwin. There we go. Yes, it's all coming back. Yeah, like Vikings is. I watched Vikings. It's now on Netflix. I like old period shit from like England before what was the series on Netflix? It was a cool thing where like it would be like modern day, like give me a modern like Lancashire or is there a Lancaster or Lancashire Shire?
Lancashire, yeah.
Yeah, so like
is
the
in
old
Lancashire.
English name for it. And so you're watching like period pieces from the 1400s where it's like showing like London or that city, but back in the 1400s when it was like a couple buildings and a.
There used to be like kingdoms, so it was like Kingdom of Wessex, Kingdom of Sussex, Northumberland.
And everybody was like fighting and warring with each other, right? For like power.
The Yorks and the Moors, different families own different regions.
And you had like the Vikings coming in and the like Gauls coming in and the Romans, right? The Romans.
Yeah, everyone came in. Yeah, we had a soft spot for everyone. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not a great historian. I find it all interesting, but it's only the limitation of what we might think happened.
Right. But I do
Most
like
part.
watching movies or even better episodic series that are set in old times.
Monty Python did some great work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is good. Damon, let the heathens spill theirs on the dusty ground, for God shall make them pay for every sperm not found.
What time is it there, Peter?
It is noontime.
What time is it where you are, Damon?
2 p.m.
Cool. Just gone 8 p.m. I've got to go and do water my garden and get some dinner on. So I'm kind of
Nice. Well, we
wow.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
And you should come back on and don't be a stranger like Cheddar Bob.
Before I say anything controversial.
It's okay. Can
Peace,
handle.
everyone
We
in
can
chat. Much love to everybody over there.
enjoy dinner.
Everybody
Give
in
that
chat.
cat. Are you give that cat some home cooked food?
2 cats? Yeah.
2 cats. Oh, we
2
didn't get
cats,
to see
yeah.
the other one.
Yeah, she's only moved in recently. She's got sharp claws, so
She doesn't like being touched.
well, she don't mind.
I know that
but-
kind of cat.
Yeah, I don't want to pick her up just now. Yeah. Anyway,
Cheddar Bob's in the darkness. All right.
next
Have
time.
a good one, and we'll talk
Yeah,
soon.
Nice, Damon. Nice meeting you, bro.
Yeah, you too, dude.
We'll get the UK update.
I'll find some news.
Nice. All right. See ya. All right. I'm sort of making progress, and I need to smoke the OJ Kush.
Does it taste like oranges?
We're gonna find out. But what I was talking about before were so when I have my glasses on and I need to see stuff close, I need to take the glasses off so I can see like the leaves on this. When I have my contacts in, it's the same thing where like, so my ability to see close is best when I have no glasses or no contacts on, in which case I can see totally fine. But it's super annoying that, I don't know, losing the ability to see shit that's close to you is annoying.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you think of all the like even looking at like what kind of input is that on this device, and it's like, is it a is it a USB-C? Is it like the old little tiny USB? Is it a lightning bolt? Is it a All right. So we're gonna have a little bit of leaf matter on this, but
That doesn't-
like sometimes I'll take a picture of stuff on my phone and then I'll zoom in on the picture.
Oh, you are old.
Yeah, I'm not.
Damon,
having-
I never thought that would be me.
I'm coming to terms with it. I really am. I've worked hard. And now I
Oh
can-
wow, yeah.
Does it smell
Smells
like
good.
oranges?
It has like a boxed orange juice smell. Like I'm trying to think of yeah, it has an orange. Yeah. I would say that is the dominant smell. There we go. So by the way, Cheddar Bob, what might you be doing in the dark? If you don't mind me asking. At 3:11 in the afternoon. I'll put a pack up every once in a while. You're smoking, you could be smoking. Your screen will light your beautiful face up.
It's kind of what Rotten does.
Rotten a lot of times just in total black.
Yeah.
Like there's not even the lighting up. I do like when all you see is the like orange glow from the end of the blunt.
Yeah.
Smoking in the basement. Cheddar Bob is multitasking. He has his Pornhub going
You're gonna get the
and
channel
his
tagged.
smoking in. Yeah, I always like when I'm cooking dinner, I'll have to sneak outside and like load a quick bowl, smoke it really fast before like it's a ticking time bomb of from the second I leave to if one of my kids gonna go off the rails and then my wife goes off the rails and then if I'm not right there, like I have to listen to her and I'm just like, dude, it was like 3 minutes.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Don't try to turn it back on me.
Do you have any strains that you're just like, yeah, that's good, but I don't want it anymore?
I don't ever really stay on one thing for like I'm just constantly
Going through.
like, are you saying like you've smoked so much of it? You're like, it's like when you like I remember I cooked a carrot soup and I thought other people were going to eat it too. So the amount I made, it was when I was living with my brother and one of our roommates. I made a ton of it and like I kept eating carrot soup meal after meal to the point where I was like, I don't want to smell carrots or anything for, and it takes a long time to get out of that.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with cake. It's good, but
Like ice cream cake?
no, well, this one's space cake, and I don't know exactly what Ron did to make it. It's very cakey, very cakey. It's good weed, like grows nice, but It's just
But what I'm
Well-
hearing there is that it's not spectacular. Like versus something that's spectacular,
Oh,
but
yeah,
you've just
no.
overdosed on it and you're just like, I don't want that for a while.
yeah. Yeah. That's where I'm at with the space cake. Carrot cake. What's up, Al?
I like carrot cake.
I love carrot cake. Is that a horse in that picture?
It is. It's
That's a
a
nice
man
little
and a horse.
Tell me more about the horse.
It's a very romantic picture.
Oh.
the is like the sun setting in the background. I know. I was laughing at that too.
Well, we can go back to that. Yeah, I my neighbor across the street has 2 horses, and they're a lot of fun to watch. They're quite entertaining. When they want in where like they sleep, they go and they knock on the overhead door, even when the owner's not home. It's funny.
That's funny. They're like, let us in.
Yeah, that's Danny the horse. He's my buddy.
And where are you? When you're not in the Matrix? Oh, I was smoking that. Yeah, and you can feel the chlorophyll because I can't see all the leaves.
Can you use that as a bubbler too?
I was wondering that. I'm gonna try it out.
It looks like it's got a big enough bowl in there.
But I want,
What it's called.
I'd love for her to make one that basically is a little bong. Right? Even if she just had like an opening for a little bigger and then an opening for a stem, then you could put the bowl in it and you fill it up, but it's still like in this pipe. Like I like the pipe form factor. Where I'm not like right on top of it.
Yeah, I get tired
cool.
I get tired of using a lighter. That's why I don't use the pipes and stuff.
Just joints?
Primarily just joints. I'll do like I've got a glass gravity bong. That's kind of fun. Like I blaze my hash through that, but I've spent way too much money on accessories in that regard. Like I've got a student glass that just has dust.
I'm trying to find that reminded me I need to buy a battery because I want to start playing with these more dryer vaporizers. But the problem with this one is that the rechargeable, this is the DaVinci, the
Yeah.
rechargeable battery is dead. So I need to buy a new one.
I have a buddy that he's new to
Oh,
weed.
fuck.
Well, he's not new to weed. He's been smoking for 6 years, but all he uses is a PAX 3. That's it. I find I go through too much with a vaporizer. Like I always feel like I'm constantly loading it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I like so I need to get that battery. Does anyone know what size that is? I know it before. I keep having to get more and more like random battery sizes. Like I have like 3 or 4 different those little like the little coin disc like the circular. It's like my kids will have a toy that requires one of those, and it's like I have maybe, let's say I have the smallest one, but it's like the next size up, and I'm like, fuck, I need to buy those, and then I need to buy like a 20 pack of them. That's a 510. All right. From the there was a guy who I would love to bring on. Let me see if I can remember him on LinkedIn. It's funny. I wrote something to Dwight, and I meant to like continue, and then I flaked out. All right. What is this guy's name? This may take a minute. Yes. All right, so watch this. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I'm trying to find his posts. Here we go. All right, wait a second. Here we go. Boom. Okay, so here we go.
Yeah, I gotta turn on the sound.
I can just show you something before I
Can you hear it now?
Yeah,
in a
yeah.
centrifuge. So what I have here is a centrifuge tube where I dissolved the contents of a quartz or borosilicate, basically glass-based vape cartridge. And as you can see, nothing really special going on here. It's just a clear kind of centrifuge tube. But when we take a look at this, we get some questions. And this was a CBD disposable vape that I picked up at the local dispensary, which is really concerning because all that white stuff, that very easily could have been inhaled and probably was by a good amount of people just looking to get health benefits from their CBD cards. So really now we have to ask, what is this white stuff? And that's honestly been the journey that I've been going on the past couple months, is identifying what's crashing out of our vape cards. And come to find out, I'm almost 100% certain, waiting on a couple more tests, it's very likely that this is a polyester microplastic called PCTG, which is really interesting because from the research that I was finding, PCTG is supposed to be very chemically inert and actually resistant to terpenes. In fact, the vape cart manufacturers a handful of years ago noticed that some terpenes were degrading PETG cartridges. So they switched to this PCTG blend. But I don't know. That's from one vape cartridge. And we're going to go throw this on the centrifuge, turn it into a pellet, and I can kind of show you guys in future videos how we can really definitively tell what is this white stuff coming out of our vape carts. Keep in mind, this was one cart. That's it's interesting.
And
Okay, was that crazy?
Yeah, I only use like 2-3 carts a year if I have to.
So
Yeah.
if you think of one, the fact that was just one cart, but like the terpenes are basically caustic, right? They're eating away at the chamber they're in. But what also blows me away is like whatever the last type of cart is, that all the manufacturers were like, oh shit, we need to find an alternative and we need to all move away from this. Think of how many millions of those carts were probably sold and consumed with over whatever period of time. And then these ones, however long they've been around, like also millions of carts consumed. And if each one has like all that, so that's microplastic that's then going to be combusted, right? When you suck in.
Well, inhaled. I don't know. I don't know if it's combusted or not.
It would be heated up
Yeah.
to a high temperature of a vape cart, which is
Yeah.
not like,
Oh, it's not
I
100
mean, it's
degrees
hot.
Celsius. Yeah.
Yeah, so even not combusted in your lungs as a particulate. But anyway, I was like, I'd like to hear more of whatever this guy is looking at.
I talk to Alex every once in a while. It's
That
it's
guy.
yeah, it's been a minute. But I Dr. Shauna from True Terpenes, she's putting together another presentation to come on.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
So yeah, have her talk about. I think
Caustic
the
terpene.
causticness, because that was the whole reason I wanted to bring Guy Rocourt on, who is the Papa and Barkley guy.
Yeah.
I've known him for a long time. He's a good dude. And he was like, I don't really dab anymore because of the idea of all these concentrated cleaning agents going into everybody's lungs. At like smoking flower, like it's not at such a concentration. And like that I thought was interesting. This is kind of similar, like the causticness of certain things and like what the effect of that is. Like it's not all glitter and rainbows, Damon.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I stay away from them. I got stuck with a bunch of males in March.
Oh yeah, that's who's coming on.
No, it's
Different Shauna.
Yeah, that's a different one.
Wait, also named Shauna, who's an expert in this topic. What's the likelihood of multiple Shaunas being brought up in a conversation?
Yeah.
So sorry. Who's Dr. Shauna Swan? Is that on the what topic? Were we on this topic? The vape carts? SHAU. Shauna. SHAUNNA. Shanna.
Shanna. Yeah.
And wait, is your woman's name Shanna or Shauna?
No, Shauna.
Okay. Well, that's still very close.
Yeah.
Shanna Swan, PhD from Mount Sinai.
Oh, hey, I'll be back in a minute, Peter.
Okay, I'll keep rambling. Don't let me stop me. Chief Reproductive Epidemiology Program. Is that the California Department of Public Health? Is that the Shauna Swan you speak of? Mirror from the Matrix? Oh, phthalates. Wait, so is it this woman? That Shauna Swan? Am I on the right Shauna Swan? Yeah. No big deal. Well, that my concern was also for my I'm like, think of in the early days of vape carts when you're like, holy shit, these things are practical, and you're like bringing them everywhere. I mean, I smoked a lot of vape carts when they first came out. I've probably not touched it. Well, no, that's not true. I do like rosin carts. But like the 510 carts of, yeah, Okay, someone is outside the house when Damon. So that's the right woman. Okay, all right. And then I gotta go see who's at the door. Send without a note. I love when people get random friend requests from me. I'm like, I know I should send a note to give some context to why this weed dude is trying to reach out to you, but I'm too lazy to do it. All right, I will be back. Hopefully, Damon will be back before me. But in the meantime, enjoy the sights of Shauna Swan. I'll be back. Damon did not come back yet. Say hi. Who's that? Oh, it's only you. I guess you're not saying hi to anyone. I thought you were going to say hi to Damon. How was your day of school? You have a good day at school? Yeah. Was it as good as yesterday when Daddy made cheeseburgers for all 23 kids and teachers in the class? That was a pretty good day at school. I had to.
Go upstairs.
You want to go inside? Okay. You were so cute. You did not change one bit. You were still as cute as you were this morning.
Daddy.
Yes,
can you
baby.
go upstairs?
You can definitely go upstairs. All right. Let's go. We'll be back again. Damn it. Kill some airtime. All right. I'll be back. All right. We are back. Those are the types of dead airtime breaks you can get away with on the Quattro. 12:36. Oh, wow. Okay. Cheddar Bob, are you are you still in the dark by yourself during the daytime? Oh my God, there's a bowl that was already packed by me for my future self. Yeah, I do like this pipe. Very satisfying. Okay, hold on again. There's a lot of action in the house today. Yeah, it's the bar is high. Oh yeah, sorry. Like a vape cart, a vape cartridge, disposable. Yeah, it'd be cool to get a vape expert. Like, are the high quality, bigger ones like less toxic? Not toxic at all, ideally, right? What's up, Eric? Yeah, basically, I had to pack a whole bunch of stuff up, so I thought I would shoot the shit with Damon. And usually, when I do that, I then get super high and get things done at a very slow pace. Let me blow this outside. All right. So what? All right. I think I'm done with. That was the OJ Kush. Oh my God. Look at that pre-planning I did. I have bags here for the remainder. Which I will smoke later. Next up is the gelato cake. Speaking of fruity, fruity goodness. It was good. Yeah, no, actually, that last, as I was walking out, hit. I had like the taste of orange juice. Like it's a nice touch. All right, so I need to seal you up, and then the gelato cake. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay. Let's smell you first. Yeah. Okay. We will come back to you. Let's. Damon will be back shortly too. All right, if you can hear me, we have the vacuum seal. All right. Happy little nugs. All right. Oh, I should have written. Fuck. Should have written on this first. All right, hold on. Now the wife wants to talk on the phone and whisper sweet nothings. Hold on again. Oh my. Yeah, every time I sit down, someone needs something. But oh wait. So next up, oh fuck, that's where I was. Yeah, so I was I should have written on this before vacuum sealing it up. That was the OJ Kush. Yeah, this. Rare. Okay. Next up, there you are. The gelato cake. Ooh. Yeah. Those are little chunks. All right. I'll be back. I'm gonna go take a picture of this in the light. It's a beautiful day in LA. Alrighty. Now we'll smoke this. Did we lose whole what you got? Did I lose everyone? All right. So you. Hold on. Open the door. All right. So what was I gonna do? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sending pictures to my computer. AirDrop. Turn on Bluetooth. Did it go? There we go. There we go. So this was the last. All right. Flower. So the first one. That was the government oasis. Yeah. All right. Sorry. So govern. ERNM. 01. 02. 03. You can all watch me. That was the OJ Kush. Watch me while I work. In slow motion. And then that is wait a second. Yeah, there we go. Oh, 01. Gelato cake. 02. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. All right. I'm trying to keep track of shit. All right. Oh, nice. That sounds like a good chore / activity. I'd like to be firing up at my, like, yeah, we had a tractor. We had an old tractor, and then I remember we got a Kubota. And that thing was badass. I miss having a tractor. Oh yeah, I was gonna wait. Weird. Didn't I have extra? I did have more. All right. So we're on the gelato cake. Yeah, mostly I just wanted to. I was gonna see if I could get Russell. Jump on with me now, Russell, the love muscle pace. See if Russell will mosey on up. I just totally blanked on what I was saying before. Oh, because I wanted to show Damon this pipe. So I wanted to get Katie on, who made the pipe, but she's not around. All right, Russell is in hair and makeup right now. All right, gelato cake. All right, do not do what you did last time, which is to put labels on too many. This is yeah, I need to start planting stuff or popping seeds. Okay. All right. We're doing things very slowly right now, but that's okay. It's faster than not at all. Okay. Yeah, so Damon needs to get that guy, what's his name? Not Shauna Swan, PhD. Oh wait, did I more? Oh, pending. Yes. All right. I tried to friend her. Oh my God, there he is.
Yo,
Where in the world is Russell?
I'm at home right now. Hold on, let me get these headphones off. Just adulting, bro. Paying bills,
Yes.
cleaning the roof. You know, stuff that makes the life happen. Let's see, mic's on, cam's on.
You're
Let's see
on.
if I can put you on. I don't know if I can do. What am I trying to say? ADHD, high gear.
Flip
I can
the
hear you, but I
camera.
can't. I'm trying to get it on
Oh.
speakerphone for some reason.
What's it on now?
I can hear it. You know what? I can hear you. Like I have good hearing, so I'm actually just literally hearing the speaker like it would if you put the phone up to your ear. It's just not as loud, but it's fine. I just have to listen attentively. What's up,
Oh,
dude? You
it's
just what you crushing out seeds? That's you're in the lab doing your thing.
no, flour.
Oh, nice.
But
Yeah, I know you
mostly
got your
I
hands in everything.
was just so this woman Katie Wright, and
Oh man, that's a pretty piece.
I wanted to give it a ride today.
Yeah, dude, that thing's rad. I haven't had a nice piece in a while. I've been going back to the old school, just very simple. I basically nibble. My thing lately is to just I nibble on micro dosing gummies all day. And then just take
You're a
like
grazer.
little low rip, low temp rips of some like tasty terps.
Yeah, I like to do that with mushrooms.
Oh, nice.
Like so smoke, but then like get like a nice level of mushroom high going.
I need to get back into that. My friends gave me some of these little microdose mushies with lion's mane. And those things gave like something about adding the adaptogenic mushrooms with the psilocybin is like super zing. It really does. I think Paul Stamets was right.
If you did like the 4 mushroom tincture and then added like a psilocybin one as a 5th.
Bro, it's like you can almost feel like the consciousness talking to you, like reprogramming your brain. I think Stamets was right. Like, I mean, I know lion's mane is, works for nerve regeneration.
Yeah, we have lion's mane, cordyceps, reishi, wild turkey tail.
Bro, that's it. Those are the ones. Lion's mane,
cordyceps, the albino penis envy on top of that.
Yeah. That's the craziest thing. Like talking with guys like Chris, that mushy head guy from Humboldt. It's wild that like there's this whole real strain. Hold on, ADHD's kicking in. That when we talk about strains, actually understanding how different strains of mushrooms affect the psychology and
100%. So I had and I lost access to it. I could probably potentially get it again, but there was this old guy who had his personal library / vault of mushroom spores that he collected over 40 years of traveling around the world.
Whoa.
And my fantasy was to like take each one, grow it out, get a whole bunch of either like a party or like give them to people to then get like however you personally enjoy mushrooms, whether you're a hero doser, whether you're like you eat it as edibles, as an extracted thing, you just stick the whole mushrooms in your mouth, like whatever your mushroom jam is that you like, take this mushroom strain and use it as your mushroom of choice, and then report back to me like how
wait, hold on. Marina, hold on. Bear's running. Go get Bear. He's going over there. Sorry, we got a puppy and we don't have good fences with the neighbors, and
he's wandering.
The neighbors leave trash out, and then it's just a huge fucking mess. All right. Yeah, can you go get him? So anyway, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. So you're saying
That's okay.
give the people at the party the mushroom of choice, and then
Like
see.
and then they report back of how that one worked, just like we're doing with
Oh,
cannabis,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Where
yeah.
it's like someone with epilepsy is like, wow, this high CBD with
Yes.
this specific ratio of cannabinoids and terpenes seems to work well for me. So like,
Dude, I think that's a great idea. It would be
Here,
a
wait,
huge
hold- I'll be
undertaking,
right-
obviously, but so cool. Marina, he went over to the right. He went up like towards Trey's. He went up that way. Yeah, he went up that way. You got luck. Is he on Trey's side or is he on our side? All right, I don't know where Peter went, but that was funny. All right, I'm just gonna ramble on here. Okay, so let's see. We're talking about mushy strains. You know, it's actually really fascinating. I'm sure like there's no one listening, but if you are out there listening, my new latest and greatest trigger worthy. I have a trigger worthy hypothesis that I'm going to start talking about because it's going to create a lot of. Wait, I can't hear you. Are you on?
Yeah. I like that you were going the whole time. I was like, I hope he just keeps talking.
Yeah.
All right, catch me up onto what you were talking about.
Oh, well, you know, so I know this is like a highly basically like HLVD is like such a highly contentious topic in the industry right now. And obviously it's not good and there's a lot of problems with it, but I would like to initiate a hypothesis. I know this has been talked about, but it's like also very contentious. I would like to initiate a hypothesis that suggests there's a way to manage the virus through plant immune health, like through actually providing immunological, stimulation
Simon's
through
been
ISR,
posting
SCR
memes on
pathways.
this.
I think there's a way to do it, because if you look at it like the human being, I think ever since the pandemic really kind of got me really thinking about immune system health and how important, like we have some crazy, how many trillion viruses in our body? It's some crazy number. It's like a really high number of these
And yet they don't kill us.
Yeah, but they don't kill us. Like a lot of us are living with chickenpox, herpes viruses, but they lay dormant because we have a robust immune system that functions. And so there's this idea that's very contentious that just because you have a strong immune system, you can fight off a disease. But I don't see it as that contentious. I see a lot of groundwork for being reality. And I would probably posit that the same is true with plants, although it's not really well understood. And it would be a really easy experiment. I mean, I'm just here postulating, but it would be a pretty easy experiment from a scientific standpoint to take a large group of plants, hundreds of plants that are infected with HLVD. And then you have a control group. You have one grown, let's say, in just salt fertilizer. And then you have another grown in living soil with all of the goodies, vermicompost, compost, fulvix, like the Dragonfly Earth Medicine products that contain a lot of other plant-based nutritive and phytochemical
in a greenhouse in California.
Yeah, and it would be pretty easy to take subgroupings of these plants infected and then grow them out
generation after generation and see
and grow them out and then test the viral and test the levels at the end of the cycle. And that would essentially, you could put an end to that debate. like, is it, because I know a lot of these organic heads are like, dude, I grow plants out no problem in my little living soil boxes, you know, and they rage it. And I don't know. I think it's a very interesting idea, and I get a lot of pushback when I bring it up, but I think
From
it's just a
who?
lack of understanding about like the complexity of our immune systems. It's directly
I
related
mean,
to human.
I forget what scientist, someone who's at a scientist level, I feel like was on recently, and I was asking about, like, I had I think Septoria, and it's
Okay.
kind of like, if you have stuff that's in the soil, can you let that soil be healthy and kind of work Septoria or something that maybe gets into the soil, like a
Yeah.
fungal pathogen?
Yep.
Can you bring that soil back to health? Like, you don't have to necessarily throw out all that soil, was like kind of the
Right.
question.
Yeah.
And I
What'd he
think it's
say?
similar, right? Why I think he agreed,
Oh,
if I
cool.
remember
Yeah.
correctly.
I mean, I would say yes. I mean, it's again a contentious thing because there's so many variables. You know, it's like a multivariable calculus equation. And if you think you're doing one thing that's fixing it, but it really relies on some other, means of repair, it's going to be like, oh, well, it didn't work. It doesn't work. I've had good success. I should be compensated by Microbe Life Hydro because I recommend their product, their Plus C, their Photosynthesis Plus. It smells like rotten eggs. Dude, that stuff's amazing. And I normally am pretty humble, but I've really helped a number of farmers. I believe it was in the Northeast and somewhere up in the high Midwest with farms that had fusarium. And I'm just like, you know what? I've had good results with this. Try this. Just try it. Try it out. And they've gotten back to me and said, dude, we just have been using this Photosynthesis Plus or Plus C, and we don't have fusarium this year. And they're like so jazzed and stoked. And and that's just essentially re-inoculating with microbiology to, balance the system out. So I don't know, man. I think there's a whole vibe to it. It ties right into all this emerging science of the microbiome and human health and how important gut health is for our own health. It all like ties together. I get super pumped on it, but again, I get a lot of blowback from people that maybe don't fully understand it. They want data. A lot of these people, they want this scientific data, but it just doesn't exist yet. So I propose we do a real study. It wouldn't be that difficult. It would probably cost like $5,000 or $10,000 to do it correctly. We just need, sugar dad. I need my sugar daddy philanthropist, an angel investor that's down to do this research, or just a grant. Get a grant through an ag extension. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Oregon has these cool grants. You can get up to like $20,000 for if you're doing grants that benefit local farmers, Yeah. I might want to look into that. Anyways, I'm just rambling.
Yeah, I also, what are the farm loans for, like, if you're if you're a first time, I don't know even know what the requirements are. Like, if you're a first time farmer and it's like new land or something, they'll give you a loan. What is that?
No, I don't know much about it. There is a world of grants and loans that's wild. Yeah. It's huge. It's so untapped. People don't even know about all that stuff.
We need a grant writer.
Who's homie? Who's the homie?
Damon?
We've met before. Met before.
Nice, dude. Nice to see you again.
Yeah.
Damon, you're just not that memorable.
No,
I don't know.
That's a good thing.
That's
a good thing.
Dude,
oh, fuck, you guys are all over the place. I'm just up in Saskatchewan.
I'm horrible with names. I've had so many concussions. It's a miracle I'm still alive. Like, I've had like way more concussions than probably most people.
Yeah,
So-
I watch all of your stories, and it's nice because my wife is the one that knows all of this stuff. So like every time you'll cover something, and I'll go, "Hey, guess what I just learned?" And then she goes, "I've been trying to tell you that for 10 years now." So,
That's
yeah.
it's always vindicating when you get it.
Yeah,
Awesome.
it's I'm lucky because it's all done for me. Right.
That's
So,
awesome,
like,
dude.
yeah, there is aspirin in our house, but it's expired. Like generally it's all just plants and herbs and yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Where are you located again?
Saskatchewan, Canada.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
Oh,
I like
man.
to say.
That's cool. That's fun. I've never been. I only went to I got to go to Vancouver in like
Yeah.
2000.
Oh, okay.
was-
So in
it
the
was
heyday. In the heyday.
Yeah. We went up to Whistler, British Columbia for a short little stint. It was
As
beautiful.
as the goose flies, how far are you from Saskatoon?
Maybe 100 miles.
Okay.
Maybe.
As the goose fly.
Yeah.
I was thinking of a typically Canadian bird.
Yeah. It's just I'm like straight south
A
of
bird one
Saskatoon.
may see flying.
Isn't
in
it
the
true
skies of
that
Canada.
it's Canada geese? It's never been Canadian geese. It's just Canada geese. I've heard this.
Let's
like
go to
Americanized.
Wascana Park and feed the Canadian geese. No, it's all like at least where I'm at, but we also have like kangaroo and bunny hug
Like I've heard this before. Is it
for hoodie. We call them it's either bunny hug or kangaroo that's like just for this area.
those things? I've been attacked by those things.
Yeah, oh no, they're vicious.
By
Little
what? Oh, goose?
the Canadian geese, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we used to always get them in our yard. My mom hated them because they shat all over everything.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, look at all that fertilizer.
Oh, it's funny. Let's see. I'm looking up where Saskatchewan is, so I have a like a. Oh
Of-
dang!
An appreciation.
It's cold there.
Actually right now it's like 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Last week it was minus 52 Fahrenheit.
Minus 50.
Yeah, I did my wash outside. It was great.
Frick. Right? Good for
Yeah.
good for
Bare-chested.
bubble hash.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It worked really good. And then I got the flu. Got really sick.
Oh yeah.
Because I didn't wear a jacket.
Yeah. Yeah, but the flu, it's flu season. It's been going around. I've been trying to dose up. Have you ever heard of fire cider?
Yeah. Yeah.
That stuff's like the bee's knees. I love that stuff.
Yeah.
Like I do
What
a
is
lot
it?
of fire cider in the winter. I take a lot of vitamin D.
Just like hot cider.
Oh
It's
no, yeah, no.
fireweed.
So it's this like old hippie holistic herbal medicine lady stuff. It's apple cider vinegar, and then they take all of these other things and soak it in it for a month. And typically it consists of garlic, horseradish, onions, turmeric, ginger, hot peppers like cayenne peppers, and that's usually the base. And then sometimes people add other herbs like burdock, or they use other things, and then they add lemon and
Yeah.
honey. But the core of it is garlic, horseradish, hot peppers, ginger, and turmeric.
And it's an immune
It
system.
soaks for like a month,
Super.
and then you take a shot
tincture.
of it, and just like it's like whiskey. It just like burns your chest, but it's got so much good antiviral medicine and just dude immune stimulating stuff. It's the best.
So Peter, you remember when you were drinking your radish juice? Yeah. I told my wife about that, and she goes, "Well, yeah, you're supposed to drink it."
Yeah, no, I feel like my body is telling me it's my only question is how much salt am I drinking? And the fact that I find it interesting that the salty taste as food brines stuff, even the liquid becomes less salty. Like what was once a dominant taste, if you were to take a sip, you'd be like, I'm drinking ocean water. But then a couple weeks later, and this stuff like doesn't taste salty at all. And so
Is it like a radish ferment? What are you drinking?
it was, yeah. It it's right over here.
Or just it's just pickled radish water. Oh yeah, that stuff's great. I love that stuff. I drink pickled ferment water all the time. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So my question is mostly like around I wonder how much salt content is in here too, because it doesn't taste like. But then all the salt I use is like I feel like high mineral rich sea salt.
Sometimes when I drink, I'll take big swigs off it. I'll end up just like chasing it with half a cup of water. Try some psychological, balancing out of the electrolyte percentage in the body.
But yeah, I have onions pickling right now, peppers.
Oh my God, the best. Americans need to get more pickled foods in their diet. That's the key. You look at the rest of the world's food intake, and it's medicine. It's not just food; it's medicine. Like in the Middle East and India, there's so many Ayurvedic herbs they're always adding to their food. And same with China and in South America. It's all herbs.
I grew out one year a lot of the Chinese herbal plants, and then the next year a lot of the Ayurvedic ones. Yeah, just I like and now I get like what we're talking about. I want to start making like tincture, like extractions and tinctures with the different stuff I grow outside.
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's just time consuming. That's the hardest part, is the growing. It's the fun part. Then the processing is the part where it's like, oh my God, it's a lot of extra work.
It's where you need the kids to be like,
I know. The kids. I need to get the kids involved.
Chores.
I don't know what I did or what I didn't do, but the kids appreciate it when they need it, but they're not quite motivated to do the farming.
Right.
I think I missed a critical window of their like brain elasticity when they're little to really get them on board the importance of helping dad in the garden. And they'll do some work, but they just find it kind of boring to a degree. But I think it's just, you got to get them when they're little. Every kid's different, but they appreciate it when the medicine is needed, like with elderberry and all that. We have this one plant. It's really cool, called Spilanthes. It's a really weird name, and it's such like a obscure herb. It's spelled S-P-I-L, like spill, and then anthes, A-N-T-H-E-S, like spilanthes. But it's a super crazy, powerful herb. Like it's really powerful, and they call it the toothache herb, and it's used for toothache. So but what I found, actually, if you have kids, for teething babies, it's wildly awesome. It's essentially an analgesic, and it numbs the mouth, but it also has all these other properties. It's antifungal, antimicrobial, antiviral, and it's a really powerful immune boosting herb. I listened to this podcast a while back. Some doctor saying he takes it, it's like a replacement for echinacea. It's like echinacea on steroids, kind of. It's crazy powerful. Like, it's supposed to help. I know it helps with if you have like a canker sore in your mouth, you bite your lip, and you get a little cut and it's not healing fast. Spilanthes will numb it and seal it faster. It's a powerful, powerful plant. And it's like not really well known. The kids love it. The kids love it for all of that stuff.
It tastes like pineapple, right?
It's a great plant. No, it's very I'm trying to think of a description of it. The borage flowers taste a little bit like pineapple, I think, but the Spilanthes is very tingly. Like it just kind of has like a chlorophyll taste, sort of. like green, but it's once you like get it in your mouth, like you can chew the leaves of it or the flowers, and in a very short period of time, your whole mouth will be tingling. Like it's very dramatic, and it sort of freaks people out. It's a great party trick herb because you're like, here, chew on this. And when people chew it, they're like, oh my God, my mouth, like I can't feel my mouth. It's pretty cool. I love that plant.
I've got sticky gum weed in my yard that I'm not.
Oh
allowed
yeah,
to,
the
I'm
gum
not
is
allowed.
it like the gumweed like Grindelia, the one they used to
Yeah.
treat for poison oak?
Yeah, Grindelia squarosa.
Oh yeah. That's an
yeah.
awesome plant too.
Yeah,
That
I'm
has
not
a lot
allowed
of
to.
medicinal.
I'm not allowed to cut the grass in that area.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I've always wondered, like, yeah, because you're so far north. I mean, what plants survive at -50? Like what herb?
So absinthe wormwood is one.
Okay.
I've got lots of marshmallow root in my yard.
Oh, interesting.
Some echinacea, tons of
Okay.
sunflowers, like tons of sunflowers.
Nice. So those seeds can survive in that freezing. That's amazing.
Yeah. And then thistle, like so
Yeah.
there's a couple of varieties, and then nettle is the other big one that
Nice.
I'm not allowed to cut. And
Well, that's
then
exciting though. That's
yeah.
like a pretty hardy group of plants for medicine.
Yeah.
I drink a lot of nettle tea. Nettle tea is like a really good. I learned that back. From Dragonflyers medicine from a long time ago. Josh was talking about it. For males as they age, drinking nettle tea is like a really good tea. I drink nettle a lot. I'm actually missing nettle. We just moved and I wasn't able to bring the rhizomes with me, so I need to like repopulate all my herbs. Yeah, wormwood's good for parasites. That is correct. Wormwood's a strong one. It's a potent plant.
In the spring,
I'll be back again.
Yeah, okay. In the spring, my wife collects black poplar buds.
Black poplar?
Yeah, and then she puts them into like olive oil.
Okay.
Lets them steep in the window, and she's got
Nice.
that. And then she started working with beef tallow too.
Oh,
which,
nice.
Yeah, so she's got an aunt that's 105 years old, and
Dude.
her skin's starting to crack. So she's like, I got the recipe. So
That's crazy.
yeah.
They probably have some. Yeah, that's wild. Black poplar. Yeah, I've never used that one. Huh.
Yeah.
That's
so
really cool.
I guess it's like salicylic acid or something.
Salicylic acid, like in willow bark.
Yeah. So I'm not the expert. My wife, well,
Yeah.
she would
No,
even-
I'm gonna look that up. Black poplar salicin. Oh yeah, black poplar contains salicin, a chemical that breaks down into salicylic acid, active ingredient aspirin. Salicin is a glucoside, a type of phenolic metabolite found in the Salicaceae family of plants, which include poplars and willows. Oh, huh. Well, that's really interesting because I always thought it was like the willow bark that was the only tree that had that, but apparently black poplar also is rad. It says all sorts of stuff: pain and inflammation, antiseptic and antibacterial. The resinous buds of black poplar can be used to topically treat wounds and infections. It's a respiratory support, help thin and expel mucus. It's good for cough medicine too, and skin conditions. Huh. That is wild. I had no idea. That's really cool.
So where this all stems from is like, so back in 2000, a lot of people that were against medical cannabis were like, you can't make your own Tylenol at home. And my wife is the type of person that's like, here, hold my beer. And started doing it, right? Because it's okay, not Tylenol, but aspirin, right? So,
yeah. That's so rad.
Yeah.
That's really cool. The only thing we're missing, the thing that I find hopeful for all of this modernization of technology, the only thing that the herbalists are missing are just sort of like a rough idea of what percentages of compounds we're using. You know, so if you take like 10 buds of the black poplar and put them in an 2-ounce jar, what is that roughly? You know, like how do we get to some type of, knowledge?
So
That's what I'm hoping we get to.
over COVID, my wife took a university level course through a U.S. University, and it was all about like plant medicine and herbal medicine. That was the one thing that was missing from it, is they didn't go into dosages. They covered off what the toxic effects are, but like, where's your LD50? They didn't teach her that. So like, she's only comfortable like working with friends and family.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's sort of unfortunately where we're at. It's like, the 105-year-old grandma knows, just metaphorically speaking, like, oh yeah, we've done this way. And maybe they did it through trial and error for generations until they figured out what it works. There's a lot of old lost knowledge that's pretty wild. But I think hopefully what I'm hoping for, what I'm really like excited eventually, maybe within our lifetime, we're gonna have little handheld spectrometers, like, it's like a microscope almost, you like can attach to your phone or something, where they'll be able to just essentially run chemistry profiles. You'll be able to do it from your home. I mean, it's a bit advanced with a whole, obviously, like there's like, you'd have to have different ranges of like molecular readouts, because you probably couldn't do every single molecule, it's every compound. It'd be really hard to do them all, but you could build them for different topics, like, pesticides. You could have one for pesticides, where you go into grocery stores and just like scan oranges and be like, oh, this plant is like loaded with pesticides. It'd be so cool.
It's like the guy walking around with the diamond analyzer being like, here, let me check your gold.
Yeah.
No, it turns out to be fake. There is like the technology is out there through near infrared spectrometry. It's expensive.
Yeah.
And like what you need is you just need like your sample that's gone through like either it's LCMS or it's GCMS or like whatever device or instrument it's got to go through, and then mapping that to what the camera readout is. They can do that, but it's just building that database, right?
Yeah.
And then maintaining it.
Yes.
And so like, that, and the industry standard right now is all this nice, expensive instrumentation that's right there.
Right.
So
yeah, it'd be cool. I mean, it's a cool idea. It's like anything, like an idea, it starts somewhere. You could have one that's like a blood I see it starting with blood chemistry analysis. And it's like, you could have a finger prick, for diabetes, and it just like, then it scans your blood chemistry and gives you a basic readout, maybe just elemental readouts. Maybe it can't do advanced things, but it starts there. And then it starts, and builds off of that.
Is that where we're headed with this Stargate thing?
What is that? I just saw that recently. Is that AI stuff? Is that Altman?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, that's Altman.
Oh, dude, that dude, I don't know about that guy.
I don't know about any of them.
I don't know about I know, right? You never know. Just announced Project Stargate. 3 unstoppable stocks. Stargate project unveiled world's largest AI infrastructure. Oh, this is from 6 hours ago.
Oh, wow.
What is this? Yeah, it's fascinating. It's like that whole DeepSeek thing that just came out.
Yeah, I saw what you said about that.
Oh yeah, that was funny. I know the government. I know ChatGPT is a United States run open AI, And I know the government's spying on me. I get it. Like, I already know that. But who knows? Like a outside source like DeepSeek, it might be cool, but there's probably some hidden functionality in there somewhere. I would imagine they don't release it for free for nothing. I mean, I know there's like paid for versions of it.
It's no different than any other app that is available in the industry. Is I think what the answer was given by one of them.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I mean, I know I did some research on TikTok. I was thinking about setting up a TikTok account, but I think what set TikTok apart is like other apps will track. They're very in depth with tracking. They'll track your browsing history. They can look in your photos, but I don't think those other apps do keystroke monitoring. And TikTok was like, no, we were monitoring your keystrokes. And I think that's where I drew some arbitrary, it was like just arbitrary line where I'm like, I'm not going to download a keystroke logging app. I've created some arbitrary barrier of what I think is better. It doesn't probably matter, but I don't know. That's just, I don't know. That's
ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's funny. I just, as I get older, I don't take it quite as personally anymore. You just got to have fun with it. Everyone's got opinions. And I don't know. I just find as I get older, I wish humans would ask questions first. We interpret and we assume and then we react so quickly. And all it really would take is just to ask a few questions about a person's background or their opinion, and you'd find out a lot more information about how your opinion changes over those answers. And it would be nice just to do that. I don't know.
I'm kind of noticing a trend on LinkedIn where there's a lot more emojis showing up in posts, and the posts are really, really long. And then so and it's like people who never used an emoji before. I'm like, what's going on here?
That's a funny. You ever see that meme where it's the development of language going from hieroglyphics and then it goes back to emojis? That was a good one. I always thought it was funny.
Yeah, it's kind of depressing. I don't understand any of that stuff.
Yeah, dude. I don't either. I just try to. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Introduce Stargate project. Promised to be the largest AI infrastructure undertaking in history. Involves $500 billion in private sector investments with an initial $100 billion earmark for 2025. Think about $500 billion in investments. That is bananas. To establish a nationwide network of data sensors. Partnering companies include OpenAI, Oracle, SoftBank, poised to transform the cloud computing ecosystem through undertaking, but experts are debating long-term implications. Do you think this is where these networks start running quantum computing? This is like the network for quantum computing through AI? That's probably what it is. So let's see. Advocates highlight Stargate's potential to revolutionize the cloud landscape by creating unprecedented computing capacity. A technology consultant argued the initiative will provide the United States a competitive edge, ushering in economic opportunities as a business gain access to advanced AI infrastructure. However, skeptics caution that profitability and benefits for broader public remain speculative. Energy demand poses a critical challenge, with experts noting AI infrastructure could already strain stress power grid. Industry leaders are advocating for clean energy expansion, grid modernization. Dude, the energy use in AI is wild. The only thing I can think of, this is the only thing I can think of, why they're pushing so hard for electric vehicles, all of this, all electric. The only thing I can think of is somewhere in the government or deep state or the military industrial complex's big black book of tricks is some advanced Tesla-like energy technology. They already know how to make.
Like a distributed energy system.
They already know how to do it, and they're just like milking this system for what it is. They're like, yeah, we'll get there eventually. Let's like, that's the only thing I can think of for why they're pushing so hard to go like really electronic with all of its like, with all the potential for straining the grid. You know, they're going.
Well, sorry,
full
who's pushing for that?
Oh, just, you know, the whole tech. I mean, the tech industry at large, if I had to just create some sweeping figurative brush for, you know, addressing climate crisis
Like
and
the Bay Area tech scene.
yeah, just, you know, like pushing for electric vehicles, you know, electric appliances, electric operating systems, essentially, you know, advances in all of these new like data centers for AI processing. I think, was it Google like needed to buy nuclear power plants to run their servers?
Data
That's how much
centers.
energy it's using. I'm
Yeah.
gonna find that. Go comment. Jamie, look it up.
So here's something I found though before I do that. Canned food, jet engines, digital cameras, night vision, ambulances, penicillin, and EpiPens are all things that were born out of military use that are now everyday items. So it was military tech first, and then came over. And a lot of the techniques in glass blowing, and I'm not the person to be like, I'll have to go back and look this up, but a lot of the techniques from glass blowing are from like that was
Space exploration.
so
Satellites.
canned food is one that always gets me though.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
interesting.
what came first, the chicken or the egg? No, the military had canned food first. So and
it's so weird.
walkie-talkies.
Walkie-talkies, right? Which
I'm charging some walkie-talkies up right now for
which largely
my
came from
ski trip with my
Tesla.
daughter.
Tesla had a lot of those devices that the military government seized and then like
We're
expounded
talking about
on.
the original Tesla, Nikolai
original
Tesla,
Nikola.
not to be
Yeah.
confused with Elon Musk Tesla.
Right, that's right, Peter. You got to make sure, right?
Have you been talking about Nikolai the whole time? Because I actually thought you
No,
were
we
talking
just
about
brought
the
it
other-
up.
I just brought him
now.
up. Okay, I was like, I thought he was talking about Elon.
But Tesla's, I love Nikola Tesla is one of my more favorite. There's like a few guys that I really think are cool. Leonardo da
And
Vinci,
he's one of them.
Buckminster Fuller, and Tesla is on the list of just really fascinating men throughout history. I'm gonna look it up because I know
and then some man porpoise co-opted my name.
yeah, right. I know, son of a. He's been accredited for a lot of things. Like he invented neon lights and radar, AC current. You know, like really crazy stuff. It's quite a long list of
1983
things.
or 1883 or
Yeah, I think it's 1883.
Yeah. And I think
it's 2025 now. It does 1800, 1900, 1500, all the same.
yeah.
Oh,
so, I mean,
18,
maybe he
yeah,
did-
18,
so
there we
anyways,
go.
there's like debate. It's always debate over who invented it. It's always that weird thing that happens in like human beings where what's it called when people are working on things simultaneously, you know, across the world, they're like approaching an
Concurrently.
invention simultaneously, right? And there's this
Yeah.
like idea of a
Like
collective
the
conscious-
hydrogen bomb or something, or
yeah, there's the idea of the collective consciousness, like somehow it's coming into, it's like an archetypal thought that it just has to come in at the time, and it's like hitting a number of humans at the same time. I don't know what that is, but it's interesting. Let's see. Yeah,
That it
Google
is.
signed a long-term deal to buy nuclear power to provide 500 megawatts of energy for their data centers.
but are they buying the nuclear power from a nuclear power plant that already exists? Like whose nuclear power plant is it? And
That's
where
a
is
good
it?
question. I'm looking this up. PC Mag.
My issue with
October-
Tesla.
15th, 2024. Google plots a nuclear path to use. Signed a long-term deal to buy power from Kairos Power's upcoming small modular reactors. So buy power from them. Okay, so they're not buying.
Where
the
are those
actual
being built?
plants. They're buying. That's a good question. Let's see. Kairos. Let's see. Research Academia of Sciences.
When was the last time you heard of a nuclear power plant going live?
Right? Kairos.
That's kind of under the radar.
Yeah. Let's look that up. I can find that. One thing I am really good at is finding. I might be an idiot and can't remember anything I learned, but I'm really good at finding information. That's for sure. Kairos.
You're like, what is it, Geordie LaForge on Star
Yeah.
Trek? Or what?
Yeah.
You're like data.
Google plant location. Yeah. It's like you could teach a whole class on how to query keywords, like it's how you ask. So Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Oak Ridge, Tennessee, man. K33 gaseous diffusion plant. Also building a salt production facility. No. Okay. So it's building in partnership with Google. So so they're actually building the plants for Google.
That's Russell.
In Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I need to get some cool glasses like that. Maybe that's what I should wear when I'm talking to people, so they know it's all business.
No, that's what you should wear when you're sleuthing on your computer.
Yes.
And a Reading Rainbow shirt.
Yeah, it would be cool. It would be cool to have those glasses, and then you get like the AI glasses. They're like giving you feedback, haptic feedback. Wait, that's not the right word.
Yeah, right. And my main issue with Tesla is that like it may be, I don't know if in his mind it's a step because right now like all Teslas do, like when you plug a Tesla in, is drain power from the grid, and most of the times the grid's like a coal-fired power plant.
Right. That's right.
Which is not great at all. It's not better than gas, is my point.
Right. Yeah, it's drawing from dirty energy. Yeah.
So, but there's never really talk from Elon Musk about how like an urgency to get to where like I think the vision would be they're the solar panels on the roof that go to the Tesla battery, that when you bring your Tesla car home, you plug into that battery. But they haven't done the renewable source of energy side of the equation. They've only tapped into the to the pretty dirty general power grid system.
I agree. Yeah, I mean it's kind of don't get me started. It's a whole thing. If you start looking into the complexities of it, it's not so straightforward. But maybe we'll end up, it's like new fission technology. We're just like, it's going to be some cusp of some new fission or fusion or electromagnetic, technology. I can almost, it's going to happen at some point. And then power will be like, oh, it's like free and abundant to get that kind of power. I've been waiting for developments of solar panels for years. I've resisted trying to get solar because I'm just like, man, it seems like the technology is kind of, I don't know, antiquated. I read this report one time, like a decade ago, from some ex-Boeing guy that was like, they're going to be able to take solar panels will have a magnifying glass on each panel. And at the center of the magnifying glass, they're going to be like a crystalline, and then that will diffuse the light out onto the cells that will magnify the potential of power. And I was like, it sounded cool. I was like, oh, that sounds really cool. Where the solar panels are actually, utilizing a much higher percentage of the energy.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that would be cool.
I've still wanted to use a Solitube. Do you know that company? Do you know those things? You stick them in your roof and it like brings the sun in.
Yep. Yeah, we have a little one of those. It's more just like a skylight, but it does have the tube function where it turns. But I don't think it's like the same. I don't think it's the same model. But those are cool.
Can you grow plants with them?
Yeah,
That's the idea.
that would be the idea. Yeah, that'd be cool.
And nobody would really know. Like
Yeah.
you're not drawing power with like you'd only need a tiny bit of supplemental lighting.
Right? That would actually be really cool.
And nobody like you could do it in like a shipping container, like in the backyard, or like some container structure that's in your backyard where nobody would notice that it's
Yeah,
it's
you just have like
also
a few of these
a
little
full
tubes
grow.
on the top.
Bury a couple of trains.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that was my general idea with them.
I like it. High ideas.
Yes.
Speaking of high ideas, I think we've been on for almost 45 minutes. And I've got to go climb on the roof and I got to deal with this moss on the roof.
Go for it.
So I'm probably
Hold on,
going to
I'll
have
be
to
back in
bounce.
5
But it was
seconds.
really good. It was really good talking. I'm glad you caught me here. We'll do more pot. We're going to do more stuff. We're going to get everyone riled up about plant health.
So all right, so all you need to do is pick a topic and who you want to talk to and just send like a group email or Instagram group chat or whatever.
Okay.
And we'll make it happen.
Okay. All right. I'm on it because I got to
We have
do
a
this.
scientific paper.
Yeah.
Deep dives into the
Yeah.
literature.
Just pull up a few scientific
with
papers
Russell.
to review. Yeah, that'd be great. That you can talk forever.
Russell in his cardigan and smoking pipe.
It's my call. I'll put on my Geordie LaForge glasses and cardigan.
Yes. Yeah, I like that. You always have to come on in full Star Trek costume.
Geordie
LaForge,
I'm looking up right
specific.
now. LaForge glasses.
No, you need
The
reading
whole
rain-
outfit. You need the shirt too.
No, but you need a reading rainbow. Did you guys
You
not
need
have
the-
reading rainbow in the States?
Oh no,
Is
no,
it-
no, yeah. High sky, the reading rainbow.
Yeah, so LeVar
Ah.
Burton is Geordie LaForge, right? Or am I totally confusing?
No,
He's,
that's him.
he was
That's
Chris
him.
McIntyre.
No, you're right. You're
Okay.
right. But it might
Okay.
be confusing. People might not. You're too smart. People might not get the
Yeah.
cross rip.
Russell, I eat crayons.
You eat crayons.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
like
Here,
that.
these are hard to find. These LaForge glasses. They got to be
We'll
out there.
take. How about just the uniform? We'll
The
settle
uni-
for just
yeah.
the uniform and some sunglasses.
I'll see what I can do.
Mostly, I want you in the uniform.
All right, I'll see what I can do. What do they say? Over and out
with
whatever.
your like the walkie-talkie thing.
Yeah, that'd be good.
all
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Doodle-doo. Dematerialize. All right, I'm out.
L-
All right.
See you
Later.
later,
Good luck
Russell.
on the roof. All right, I think I am
Finish
Task.
for the day.
task complete. Yeah, I've sealed these up. Actually, I'm in the middle of sealing. That's when I keep disappearing. Yeah, all sorts of action in the house today. All right, so this is the next wave. Yeah, that was tedious. But you guys were all there to do it with me
Yep.
at a slow pace.
It's super humid out here right now, which is weird. Like the RH is probably sitting at like 90. Oh, my phone's dead. So like my arthritis starts bugging me when it gets like this.
High humidity?
Yeah.
What wouldn't cold weather also be a?
Yeah, the swings are bad, but once it gets really cold, I'm fine. I really doubt it. What's the relative humidity right now? Yeah, like 71. Who dat? Steve. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, sorry, Steve. How's it going, my guy?
Cheers.
Nice. You're
DP.
Getting the audio set up. Mm,
How's everybody doing?
good.
Good. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That guy's cool. He lived over in, or he lives in Humboldt, and he
What?
made a
No.
post one day,
He moved north.
and
He's
oh, did he? Good
yeah,
for him.
yeah, he's north now. Sorry.
Because, I was working at this place, and I mean they got like acres and acres of just open field, open air cannabis, but they have it on black tarps, and so we're sitting there tagging plants on a black tarp when it's like 115 degrees outside. Like it was a brutal one. And so I saw a post he had made. He's like what the fuck are they doing down there? And like I was thinking that as I'm down there tagging these plants, I'm like, man, this like but
Catching a suntan.
oh dude, that's more than a suntan. That was a fucking this is a tester of our RS11 across the Anarchist Cookbook. Came out in the Cure really nice.
So many of my buddies have that RS11.
It's a nice one. Rainbow Sherbet, man. It's a great one. It's
Yeah.
wonders. It's pretty. If you got the one and you know how to and treat her right.
Has
Fucking
anybody crossed RS11 with permanent marker yet?
yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it. I can't remember what they call it, but I have seen that floating around. Take a little break. I got to feed the dogs. I got to eat, recharge, and I got to go sort some fucking apples.
That is some phenomenal reception you have.
Yeah, I'm not
What-
using Wi-Fi.
What are you using? Just
the
your phone? Oh,
phone
it's
data.
good.
Yeah, it's decent. I don't know why I never thought of that before, but I mean, but I can't.
There's the solution.
Yeah, yes. Short end of it, yes. Oh shit. Oh, but man, yeah. R.I.P. to Skunkman Sam. I'm gonna be burning the midnight oil tonight, and I'm gonna have to get some sifting in, and just in the memory.
Yes.
Let's see. We had this Rebel Cookies cross. That's really nice too, Peter. I'm gonna send you some of that stuff.
Yes. I'm
gonna do it.
excited.
We're gonna do it.
You guys have been giving me
Teasing
weed
you?
blue balls
Yeah, we've just been teasing you the whole
and
time.
making me ache.
What was your favorite of Rich's?
Uh
I like that.
It
GMO
was all-
sister berry.
it was all the one I had people smell and smoke the most was the purple, what was it, purple unicorn.
Oh yeah, the glazed cherries. Did you like that?
It I liked it. It was
I didn't like that.
yeah, I think I described it like a like if what's that? Is that the
This is a
Rebel?
Rebel Cookies cross. Sorry, it's farmer's trim cut. So it's nice. It's really nice. It's kind of greasy though. A greasy sticky. I don't know how the resin. I don't think we froze any of that anyways to wash, but we did freeze some of that RS11. I'm ready, man. I've been ready to make hash. I would have done wash everything by now. Fuck. But yeah.
No, I like I like the idea of traveling around the New England area.
Yeah, right. Let's get it done.
The merry hash washer shows up.
Let's do it. Do it to it. 802. I can't remember it was 802 or Fire Farm Genetics. He wants to do some sift work. He has this really cool kind of semi-industrial, we'll call it a trichome separator. How about that? It's really just
Yeah.
to grind it all up and shit like that, and then sieves out the heads. So it's a good starting material instead of having to go through all that plant material, because that's what takes a long time, man. Is sieving through all that fucking plant material and getting the heads loose, and then you got to worry about the stalks. And I'm gonna get Organotron one of these days to do a air dried tutorial. He's has a lot of the award-winning air dried melt right now. Who else? Jendo 420. She's making waves in the sift world. And,
I like it. A
yes.
deep dive into the wonderful world of dry sift.
We got to give props to all the. I mean, that's what Skunkman was doing back in the day before anybody really knew about it. In modern culture, I mean, people have been doing it for millennia, and the big aspect of things. But in like modern culture, nobody knew how he was getting that clean of separation. And then I'm even hearing like, if you have material that's say 90 to like 95% pure trichome heads, and you just still have a 5% contamination rate, that 5% contamination rate is going to alter the profile. So to be able to get it down to like a 98, 99, 99% pure trichome head is it's not an easy feat. Takes patience. And
I'm a caveman when it comes to my hash. 220 to 25, and then I just eat it. Right. I wash outside when it's really cold, and I love it. You get like, it's super pliable, right? It doesn't turn hard or anything, and and I just dry it in sheets. But no, I'm the last person because I'm such a caveman when it comes to it.
Bro, I got a homie in Chicago, and he's the same way, and like he has like a blown out basement, 20 liter type shit, you know what I mean? And like he has all the Athena and fucking everything all fucking tricked out, all the money, like, and then like he's smoking out of like a silicone dab rig, like fucking like a titanium nail on that bitch. I'm like, you're a fucking savage, bro. I tried to hit it once, and it like tasted like straight DMT, and he's like, sorry, bro. He like never cleans this shit, dude. Like it's just fucking savage. I wonder how that guy's doing these days.
I'm strictly flour and edibles.
I mean, I'm like 90% flour right now, and that's just because I haven't
probably
made any hash.
99.5% flour.
I like it all, honestly. I respect it all, unless it's CRC bullshit. But.
I feel old, right? Like, because shatter, and then you go into like the rosin started coming out, and then I had really
locked up for all that shit.
Yeah, I had a lot of really small kids in my house, so like having the torch and everything, it was just easier to go out to the garage, burn one really quick, and then come back into the house, right? So, but now they're older, right? And they were the ones that were like, "Here, you need a dab rig."
Dude, first time I saw it, I was in Colorado, the year they legalized weed. I was working at Vail as a ski bum. And there's this guy. It was the day I moved there, actually. I got off the fucking bus, and I saw this dude walking. He had long hair, and I was like, hey, bro, I just moved here. You look like you smoke weed. What's up? And he had this shit called Black Mamba, this strain or cultivar called Black Mamba, and like it was a sour cross, and it was like everything I thought was Colorado is going to be. You know what I mean? Like super cool, chill vibes, just cool people, good weed, like And so that was really cool. And one night, we were drinking and shit like that, and he's like, "Hold on, man, we gotta smoke some hash." And I'm like, "All right, yeah." And then he pulls out like his rig. It was a big bong, and it had a Hellstone attachment on it. And you get a torch and start heating up. I'm like, "No, bro, I don't smoke meth." Like, what the fuck? You know, I didn't know what anything was like that. And yeah, it blew my back out, and I never turned back really after that. I don't know. It took me a little bit to. Yeah, I don't know. Prior to my incarceration, I was kind of living a pretty chaotic life, right? But like cannabis was still a daily thing, no matter what. Like even when I was on the streets, like it was at the end of the day, I gotta fucking wind down with a blunt. But when I got out, like all right, so I was 2 years in, and when I was in jail, I was 2 years in with my buddy that I met this kid named John, and he was just this big, super 300 something pound fucking hippie dude. You know what I mean? He has like an LSD crystal tattooed on his foot. He has Hug Life tattooed instead of Thug Life. Like he was just a character, and I was just like instantly drawn to his charisma and stuff. And he ended up becoming a very good friend, and he was a huge pothead. That's what he was in there for. He got caught with some weed in the mail, and he was telling me about like garlic cultivars and fucking dab rigs, like the new dab rig recyclers and all this shit. And then he starts talking about rosin, and like it was a whole new world, you know. Like it was wild hearing that. That shit relit it for me. So like you could see in like my journals and stuff where like it started kicking back into like the cannabis mode, and it's funny. We like make up our own cultivars, what we thought would be cool or something, you know what I mean? And we have all these funny fucking jail names for them and shit. And they're goofballs, man. And but I had this. It was a 420 edition of Inked magazine, and it had like a 3-page thing, all the new cultivars and shit like that. And like I was blown away what was in there, man. Like I coveted that magazine like more than the pornos, you know what I mean? Like because you could go find another porno somewhere, but you're not gonna find another weed magazine. That's like ultra contraband. That's like, yeah. So yeah, I love that magazine. I had that shit with me. It was cool.
I remember, I'm pretty sure it was Johnny B. It might have been Remo, but I remember watching them either on Facebook or YouTube use the hair straightener when they were first, like when dabs first came out. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Back when I was younger, like strains it was either Mexican, Colombian, and then later on, like towards like the early 2000s, there was the Vietnamese sativas and like the Chinese sativas that were coming in. So
well, we had straight brick when I was growing up. Like it was straight. Though I called this one shit when I was in college gerbil food, because I could have sworn they got gerbil bedding and sold it to me, man. And I still rolled that shit up and smoked it. You know what I mean? Like, and then because right before, let's see, senior year, I really got into like good weed. My buddy started selling and stuff like that. I really got into it. And then I tried going to college and couldn't find anything there, man. It was just straight trash. And that's probably why I got kicked out, because it was trash weed and I was upset.
So 10 years ago, my buddy's like, yo, look at this weed. Like, what's wrong with it? And it's all seeded out and kind of smells like pesticide, like Roundup sort of thing. It's like, I don't know. I like, people just grow differently. It's like, but it's got seeds in it, right? And then about 6 years ago, I met a guy and he's like, why would people be going into my hemp field and taking my hemp and cutting that down? I started laughing. I was like, there it is. There it is. I was like, are you using Roundup? He's like, yeah, I fall the crop. Like,
sure
yeah.
did.
Yeah. So I've
Came
always
full circle.
Yeah. Well, you can get a lot of weed off of poor plants. Like if you really put a lot of effort into it.
Yeah.
So Canada is great. It really is. It really is. Yeah, I'm grateful to be where I'm at. It's a lot easier to navigate cannabis.
What, in Canada?
Yeah, well, because most of my friends are down there, like you, right?
Yeah.
It's hard to navigate.
Well, it's silly. It's just silly. You know what I
I-
mean? Like,
Well, yeah, we're dealing with a plant here that's like,
and like, yeah, state lines dictate like what and how it's
Yeah.
handled, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's silly.
the water is wet.
Yeah. It's fucking... Oh, where's the other dog bowl?
So where are you at now? Are you at an apple orchard? Is that like what I'm
Yeah.
understanding?
Yeah,
Nice.
I'm over in Connecticut. Ty Grow 77 is you'll see him in chat every once in a while.
Okay.
He's a good guy. They've had the same property in the family since 1746.
Oh wow.
So since before America was America, they
yeah,
came here.
yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's really neat.
What's
So
not
there,
cool is that-
there's no apples growing right now though, eh?
No, it's winter.
No. Yeah.
We're up north enough to where it's like Canada weather.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize I was on mute. I was saying all sorts of amazing things, but
I believe
so,
you.
I just realized Canada didn't have like their version of 1776, right?
No. 1967, we became a sovereign country.
But you still have the queen on your money.
Yeah.
Well,
they
y'all
are.
still are under the Queen's thumb, right?
Yeah. We are. The monarchy doesn't meddle in Canadian government affairs.
But everything's dictated off of it.
Well, but they own everything.
All right,
Straight
all right.
up, right? We have these things called crown corporations, and yeah. So. Make me
I
an
heard,
offer.
I heard that like foreign investors, especially in like real estate in Canada, is really bad. So like a majority of people that own a lot of real estate are in China or Russia, and they just drive up all the prices. That's a big problem of why a lot of the prices are the
Yeah,
way they
and
are today.
Toronto and Vancouver's like that. And then as you get interior Canada, it's not too bad. Like Ontario aside.
Yeah, the bush.
Yeah. Newfoundland and Labrador, right? Yeah, 1867. Then 100 years later, they did something else.
Where's a Canadian when you need him?
Thank you. I don't pay attention. I don't pay attention.
I made a half a Canadian,
That's right.
partial Canadian.
Well, potentially full Canadian, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Where the fuck
Yeah,
is
you got-
the
you
dog
gotta-
there?
How what are the hoops to make sure she has dual citizenship?
That has something to do with like the registration, but you can do it. I don't know, honestly. I left that up to Ashley.
Does
But I
she feel
guess I should.
confident on it?
Yeah, she's pretty good at that kind of stuff. And it's something we both want for the child. So
Yeah, I have U.S. and German citizenship.
oh, that's cool.
I don't know when I'll ever use the German, but I'm glad I have it.
Well, they're
then-
they're warming up to cannabis. Maybe we could go FCP Germania.
I'll move my whole family over there.
Oh man.
Start wearing lederhosen.
I don't know where the dogs.
And then Steven got a he either just got or he's in the process of getting an Italian passport.
Oh. What's in Italy?
That's my dad's side of the family.
Ah, nice. There it is.
I was gonna clean this. All right.
We got a big mouse problem here. We need to get 500 cats. They're a real big pest in the orchard.
You get there are no cats?
No. Well, they have house cats, but the house cats don't do shit. Like, I think they should have like 100 feral cats living out in the orchard.
I feel like we had a house cat that spent a lot of time outside and would like you could leave him out for like a night or two on end and he'd like come back with a dead mouse and
I had a cat
so you
that
could have
didn't
more,
really even
you
eat
could have
kittens.
more outdoorsy. By the way, your cat was awesome. That last night with that cat was awesome.
Oh yeah, that cat.
Remember
man,
that?
he-
Like how
Yeah.
warm the cat was by the fire. Like
I had a bunch of people giving him love and attention and shit. Yeah, he had a good one.
that was a
Good
good
cat.
last
Hopefully-
night.
Hopefully the remains don't wash up on a rainy day for Michael.
I remember when my cat growing up died and I buried it, but I forgot it was in a plastic
Right.
trash bag
Yeah.
and I was probably like 11 years old and I like dug the hole and put it in the ground and put the dirt back on. And then we realized that I had never like cut a hole in the trash bag. So the trash bag was tied up, but it was all in sealed plastic. So I had to dig it all back up and slice the plastic trash bag open so like air could get
Yeah.
in and out and then fill it back up again. But that was my cat growing up
Yeah.
that we
Cats are
buried
the
in the
best.
backyard.
Ew, what is that? You got some. I put mackerel in my dog's food, and like, there's all sorts of eggs on the side of this one mackerel. I don't know what they are, but I don't think that would be good for somebody to eat. I could be wrong. I don't know.
The mackerel?
Yeah. You don't see it?
It's probably pretty good, right? Or is it like old and expired, or what is it? What's
No, it's just out of a. No, this is sardines. I'm sorry. For the
like
Let's see.
from the can?
yeah. Trying to.
I like
switch my-
sardines. I like putting them.
I like them
inside.
like yeah. These are
Where's the
camera,
alcohol?
front, back,
Fucker.
boom. See, like what are those eggs things?
Hold on. 99%.
What is that?
Oh.
What is that? My dog's like, feed me. Did you see what it is?
Here, hold on.
My dog's not gonna let me hold on much longer.
I just re- Okay, so there's a piece of sardine in the dog bowl. Yeah.
What are those? What is it?
Sorry, you're asking me a question.
Yeah, what are these egg thingies?
Isn't that like the brown things? Or the white
Juice.
is that white eggs on the
Yeah, the white eggs on a piece of fish. Like that's a fish. And it has.
Wait, is it old fish?
I mean, it came out.
Sorry,
of-
it's from a can and it came out with that. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would find it I don't know, that's my screen that's frozen. Who's frozen? I think. There you are.
I don't know. Dog will like it though.
Yes. I would say
Alright.
you should pass on it.
Good boy. Eat. Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right on that. I'm gonna get some chorizo.
That sounds
What are you
good.
smoking on, both of y'all?
Redland
The
Park.
last.
I have lots of it, so
That's always a good thing.
yeah. And then I've got this other thing called Space Cake that I'm just tired of. It's
It
good.
sounds like something. Yeah, it sounds like something that'd be dank for like a couple. You know what I mean? And then you're like, man.
Yeah.
Alrighty, dogs. There you go. These dogs eat the nastiest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. They're savages.
Such as.
They are straight savages. Especially
Such
Arden. Like,
as.
oh, she'll like dig up something that's been dead for like fucking weeks. Moldy, nasty, rotten maggots all over it. And she's like, nom, nom, nom. When she was when we were at Michael's, there's a really big storm and it killed a deer somehow. And it was a big old deer.
I remember that.
Yeah. Harley comes running up with the fucking whole tail bone intact in her mouth. Runs inside. I'm like, what the fuck? Where did that come from? And so I had to go track that down.
The craziest thing is the where I grew up in Rhode Island. There was a deer carcass in our yard one day, and the deer, its whole shoulder here and whole front leg was ripped out and gone.
Oh yeah.
And so it was like most of the deer, except for something that had to be pretty big, fucking ripped off the whole leg of the deer and walked off with it.
Oh yeah.
And I have no idea.
When I was in California, I went and stopped by this one dude's place, and he was like in Redneckville, California, in the mountains, and he was in the sticks, man. And fucking the guy that was helping him at the property had a attachment for his 9mm pistol that gives him like a shoulder stock for it, so he can like aim it. And he shot a fucking deer with a 9mm right in the fucking head. I swear to God, headshotted the deer, dropped it, and then and so they didn't know what to do with it. I was like, yo, let's fucking eat it. What do you mean? And so we hacked off a back leg, and we made like fillets off of it and straps, and it was good. It was really good. And then the dogs really super enjoyed the bones, the leg bones. But yeah, that was pretty savage. I've never seen somebody shoot a deer in the head.
That was on the West Coast.
Yeah, that was out in California.
Okay.
That was in the hills. That was wild. That kid in there, I feel bad for him. He ended up getting fucked over really bad. Didn't get paid for his time out there. And yeah, I was out there for a few days helping him out, running water lines, and yeah, he had a pretty good little thing going. But yeah, there's some shitty people out there.
Yes.
Especially out there.
I agree.
Especially out in the hills out there, you know.
Well, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah, for sure. No doubt. No doubt. You're absolutely right about that. That used to always mess with me. I was like, why is there bad people? You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. And like my buddy John, actually, that I met in prison. He's like, there just is, man. There has to be bad to be good. So just get over it and deal with it.
What's unfortunate are the people who think they're good, but they're really bad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if 9/11 wasn't an inside job and it was how they told us it was, you know what I mean? Like, those people thought they were doing the right thing and shit, you know? So it's like, yeah. And I was listening to Green Bodie actually talk kind of about this today. I was listening to his segment on the podcast, and wonderful episode. It's a 3-part series. Y'all should definitely go check it out. and he was talking about how like plant medicine is kind of like nature's Wi-Fi and shit like that. You know what I mean? But he was talking about how in like Central and America and stuff, and the blood sacrifices they got into, and like it's kind of some darker times for those people. You know, it's theorized that they just went a little bit too far on the mushrooms. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they're definitely a beautiful tool, you know, but if you're sitting around eating mushrooms all day,
I don't feel like I'm trying to imagine the amount of mushrooms I would have to eat to suddenly be like, you know what, I have an idea. Let's fucking sacrifice someone. And it's gonna be
they've
you.
been doing that. They've been doing
get
that for
up
a
here
long time.
and
you know?
you like slice her open and
Take out the beating heart and
right.
Yeah. I don't know. But it's on that scale, you know, and it's like I've had a kind of conversation. Like some people will be like, "Oh, they eat a lot of psychedelics. Why are they assholes? Aren't they supposed to be like, you know?" Right? It's like that scale.
No, for me,
still
weed,
exists.
weed, because for me, like I always talk about this. Like growing up, it was all my weed experiences were chill, right? Like with friends, by myself, whatever it was like hanging out on a couch. And then now there's lots of like, yeah, shitty people, cat fights, like it's yeah, you're like, this isn't like on the couch with my friends.
What do you feel about how do you feel about all this AI stuff? I mean, I think like AI in general can be good, but like I'm just so tired of seeing the same like AI generated prompts and stuff. Like people are using
AI
it to
videos of like a shark attacking a polar bear, like in the Antarctic, and it's like, oh, it's like someone's going like a demon
Cthulhu.
going crazy with the AI.
Cthulhu growing weed
and posting it like what other and make it super realistic.
It's just another thing of taking the human aspect out of stuff, and it's like you can see when people use it, and like
or even not AI, but like the story of like the human who adopted a bear cub, and like that bear cub eventually became a bear and then went in the wild and then came back to visit the human. But it's like different shots of different actual bear breeds stitched together into a video that's supposed to be the same bear growing up. And it's like for every animal, it's like the same types of weird made up video content.
Yeah.
So like now there's going to be the layer of AI content where it doesn't take anyone any effort. And it's like create a whole bunch of hyper real.
See, so that's the thing. And like people will make the argument, oh, well, I'm putting the effort in to make the prompt. And I'm just like, okay, yes, very cool. You know, but at the same, like, it's easily distinguishable these days, especially art, you know, like, I don't know. I think it, but like, I also think that like using AI, if it's quote unquote ethical, right? But whose definition of ethical is it? I think can really help in like political type things. It takes the human element out of there, and it can decipher like, no, that's some stupid human shit. Stop doing that. You know what I mean? Like this is a good plan instead. But
atomic energy can be used for good and bad.
I'm not a fan of how many people are using it to create graphics, because it just all looks the same, and like some of the music is okay, but
I think that's disrespectful to the artist.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
They spend a lifetime making that shit, and then like
go and listen to your favorite acoustic song, MP3 or whatever, and then go and listen to like an AI song, and it's like it's missing frequencies from like very specific parts of the mix. It's missing 75.5 hertz and Then you go further down and it's like, 602 hertz is missing out of the mix. Like it's missing human ears to actually balance that mix. So you can, like, some of it's really good, but you can tell it's AI done, right? Just by listening to it.
Yeah,
So
100%.
it's like looking and seeing.
But it's also going to keep getting better.
Well,
And,
yeah,
I'm not bashing anybody, you know what I mean? But it's just like,
well, it's phenomenal for
I
Any
don't
future
think people-
AI bots that are watching this, we have nothing bad to say about you.
Yeah, we love our overlords.
We hope
when
you don't
they, like, commute the
misconstrue anything
cleansing.
we're saying
The Terminator's the worst.
to
movie
any
ever made.
negative sentiment towards you, our AI
We
bot
love you.
overlord. Yeah, what was the yeah, Terminator was the movie of like, I'm like, haven't we already seen this as a movie?
John Carter, I think
Right.
it is. Yeah, and then
John
actually,
Connor,
yeah, John Connor, and then I
Sarah
just-
Connor.
yeah, I
John
just-
Connor.
Terminator. The Terminator and the Matrix are actually. Oh no, they aren't. Sorry, there is no connection to the Matrix of any kind.
Well, maybe in a Canadian search.
Yeah. just say, Relevant Magazine, May 2023. An author has drawn. Sophia Stewart claims her 1981 unpublished comic book, The Third Eye.
Isn't it sad? I have a bag of spinach.
Yeah.
I should never have to buy spinach. That's silly.
It's cold
true.
outside though.
Yeah, but there's ways around that.
I had to throw a lot of shit out because of all the the ashes.
Yeah.
The stuff that I was like so psyched to harvest, and then I got rained ash on.
That sucks, man.
And I was like, well, the arugula, the
You
lettuce.
know, like, how many people are going to try to still sell
Tomatoes.
like ash-ridden weed?
Well, I'm also thinking vegetable, like the farmers markets are farms. I mean, some farms are far away, but others are farms that are like definitely where the ash also rained down.
Yeah.
So then it's kind of like I'd almost rather just grow more of my, like I need to, one of my neighbors is going to test his soil and like a couple other people's soil. And
yeah, I
I
wonder
want
what
to
we could
see
do to
what the
help
results are
remediate.
of, well, first, what's there, right? Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, then
Find a sulfur-loving fungus.
right, a lithium-ion battery that burnt in a house fire. Its derivative
Man,
product
you don't think about that. Yeah.
when exposed to high heat.
Well, now like all these military people are getting cancers and stuff because of burn pits. So they just burn all their trash and shit, and they're burning all this hazardous shit, and the wind changes directions, and it's just blowing in their camp overnight. And yeah,
Yeah, no, that's my biggest worry here in LA is like it's basically it's rained ash from big, like I don't know if I was talking to Russell or Trevor or someone about like where they are, there are fires, but it's like a house every 40 acres, whereas this was like every house is on a quarter or a half acre. And then you think of all the stuff that's in every house, and then that raining on everyone around it. So like I'm just
what about
like,
all
well,
the
fuck,
drugs
in
that are
10
burning
years, you're
up
gonna
in
get
there?
like all these lung cancers and what's that?
Probably a lot of drugs too. You're probably getting fucking. The wrong house burns down. You get a whiff of the wrong cloud. You might be tweaking or something. Might be up for a couple hours.
The meth lab next door.
Yeah.
Who knew that my neighbor Rob had the biggest meth lab in Southern
Yeah.
California until his house exploded in the fires?
Oh shit. So when I was in middle school? I think I was in middle school when this happened. I was going to school, and there was a bunch of unmarked cars at my neighbor's house. I'm talking about like 15, like a lot. And we lived in like a kind of nice neighborhood, you know what I mean? So that shit was kind of uncalled for. And so my neighbor got in trouble for writing a bunch of bad scripts and shit like that. He was a doctor, and he
Oh, wow.
got in trouble for like prescription fraud and all sorts of shit. So that happened. That was pretty wild. He had a bunch of young kids. So when I was in high school, I had a megaphone that had a siren on it. And the first day I got it, I thought it'd be funny to like make my parents think a bunch of cops are coming to the house. You know what I mean? So I blasted it, and the neighbor's kids thought the cops were coming for their fucking dad again.
Oops.
Oh man, those kids were
They
fucked.
were traumatized.
Yeah. Oh,
PTSD.
shit. That was pretty funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that is crazy though. There was like some family where I grew up where the story was they like fled to Canada because like the IRS was coming after the dad or something. And like cuz they
Oh, yeah.
left their house in our town like one night and were just gone, and nobody ever heard from them again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine the kids,
Yeah.
like OJ's kids.
Yeah. But they're rich. They can afford good doctors for their traumas.
So wait, what is that? What's the? Looks like it's a press behind you.
That's a cider press.
Nice.
So it's just like pressing hash. We put burlap style. We fill up the these like burlap sacks of the crushed up apples. It gets crushed over here in that machine. Gets washed right there, fed over there, boom, and then it comes over here, and we press it. Big old hydraulic press. We had to take that fucking piston out. It was crazy. That was gnarly. Tyson about lost his arm at one point. Pretty crazy.
Say, that's the type of machinery that typically limbs get lost in.
Well, yeah, because we had it was stuck up. You know what I mean? And so we had to get the pressure off of it. So we ratchet strapped this fucking 9 million pound plate up there with 2 ratchets, and then we had to let the ratchets go, but it's hard to do it evenly. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, that was wild. But then, so it gets pressed, squeezed through the sacks as a filter, and then it comes, this is usually over there more, but it gets fed through this tubing up through here, and then that's where we fill up the bottles right there. All of them hand filled. Every single top is put on by a human. All the labels are done by humans, and oh shit, I'm letting my food burn.
Nice.
No, I'll take it off the heat.
I didn't know the chef was at work.
Oh, I'm trying to make some food. I gotta go sort apples. So
Wait, so are you gonna run that press again soon?
yeah, we're making pear.
You need to go live when you do it. I want to see the process.
Yeah, we do it. It's a long process. It's loud. The grinder's stupid loud, so you won't be able to hear anything. But yeah, I could definitely do it. I'll set up. I was gonna set up my iPad and do a time lapse. I thought that'd be cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, this thing's badass. There's only like one company that makes this shit too. So
I was gonna say it's old school.
yeah, super old school. And then we make donuts right here. So I'll kind of put up, but they're pretty famous donuts. I'm not gonna lie. People come from far for them. It's good.
Nice.
Good donuts. Good donuts. But, yeah, it's
All right.
been
Well,
cool learning
why
that.
don't we call it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna deal with family fun. Yeah,
yeah.
hard cider would be. Do you guys make some moonshine cider? on the side?
He has. He doesn't anymore. Tyson doesn't drink. He's 5 years sober from alcohol. But we make hard cider, and so we're gonna make.
I would love a dry hard cider.
I gotcha. And
I
then we're
would
gonna
love-
make. That's what we're doing this last run for. We're probably gonna do it this week. Is for a hard cider run. So.
And is
that'll
the
be cool.
expectation that it's a dry hard cider?
No,
Or
but there
more
is
free?
one that I've had that is drier. Like, so the organic versus the non-organic. The non-organic I felt was, the non-organic was drier, almost like a white wine. It felt like. It was really nice, really, really nice.
Oh,
And
we got to
then-
do the next orchard talk.
Yes, yeah.
And I
Definitely
love
do
that the cover cropping in an orchard.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I'm
I
excited
sent that like report out to everyone, right?
What, an email?
I think so.
I haven't been on my email since
I'll resend it.
98, but I'll definitely check it. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna jump on. I'm gonna jump on the hash solventless sessions again, but I want to start highlighting regenerative farmers for sure.
And
Tis
dry
the
sifting.
season. Tis the season.
Tis the season. Siftness.
Well, no, the farming and nutrients.
You have a whole crew of New England farmers,
Right?
from Tyson on up through Rich and
I think it'll be
some indoor.
it'll be fun. It was a great episode with Alpenglow. Craig, he's an awesome guy. Him and his family, the whole mission up there, super gnarly people. So I was glad that they were able to get on.
I agree.
That was cool. But
he's been getting the nudge for a while to come on.
Well, I was supposed to go out to his farm, and we were going to do a tour and shit like that. I was really stoked about it, and then everything ended up happening the way it did. So that didn't happen. But not Nasha, that person he was talking about. I've talked to them. They're going to come on for
Nasha
Solvent.
Extract, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a good one.
Yeah.
I'm excited about that.
Baron, it's a cool video I have of we were hanging out. It was like Frenchie, Baron, Swami, me, and I don't know who else, but like I just hit the record button on the camera and we're smoking like Nasha and Frenchie hash out of Chillums and
Oh yeah,
sitting under like massive trees and
oh yeah, that's amazing. That's like
yeah,
that's what dreams are made of, for real. That's yeah.
but it's a cool video of it's like a moment in time that was cool. Yeah,
That is
Baron's
really cool.
yeah, there are a couple. Yeah, and then I like the dry sift
I think dry sift
highlight.
is like, yeah, there's nothing kind of better
Well, I
than
wanted to
that.
bring. I meant to get Jonas Chillums on.
Oh yes,
I forget when. I like.
Where's he out of?
It's the only one. I forget. Where is he? I love the Geordie LaForge. I would be.
He's in a
psyched
different
for
country,
Russell
right?
to do a show where he's dressed as Geordie LaForge, or just like, even if he can't get the glasses, just the mustard. Let me see. Is it a mustard? Yes, the mustard yellow. Yeah, I think he needs to go with the mustard yellow.
He's got tons of wonderful information. He's a pretty.
Yeah, but I would like him to
intelligent
present that
fellow.
information while wearing the mustard yellow Star Trek uniform.
I am down with that.
Uh,
Oh, yeah,
food,
so-
forest. Oh yeah. Wait. Is Minor Farm? Wait,
shit.
Mirror from the Matrix. Were you and I talking on Instagram? Yeah, it's
Mirror's good people. What's up, bro?
food. Hold on a second. Who is sorry? The guy that actually Steve Diver was also he's gonna get in touch with. Hold on.
Avocados are so good.
What about bacon?
Oh, bacon, dude, that's like
Bacon and avocado now.
avocado is like the plant bacon.
Yeah.
Oh,
But when you mix the two of them, they become
yeah,
the
dude.
other. They become
A
the
good
other
old
one.
BLT, man, with some cotto on it.
Yeah.
I want my own pigs.
I had a buddy. He just lived like maybe 10 miles to the east of me. He had pigs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they smell? If you do it
Ye-
right, you can do like Jadam style with your pig pen, and it fucking takes care of the stinky stink.
There's chicken barns out my way, so
Yeah.
if it did smell, it didn't smell horrid. Right?
Yeah.
And I've got horses like across the street and like down at the other end where I live. So
You should grow
on
mushrooms.
hot summer, oh, never mind, Steve. I get that happening anyway. Like where my house is,
Yeah.
it used to be old cattle pasture. So
Oh, nice.
yeah,
David has psychedelic mushrooms growing
I don't know what they are, but
wildly out of the floorboards.
I
just got some.
He just picks them off the ground and eats them.
Yeah. No, I dry them out and then grind them up and put them into my pots.
Nice.
Yeah.
Put
That's
them
how
in
you
the
get
fridge.
that. That's how you get that tewa.
That Gus Tech. He does. He's an eccentric person for sure, but he definitely talk about his doing like Uncle Ben bags and stuff like that, but in his
Okay,
pots when he
yeah.
transfers into flour and he's getting flushes out of his pots, which is really fucking cool. Because a lot of people have been wanted to do it, but they have problems doing it. You know, like it's not the easiest thing to do. But I thought that was really cool that he did it. And it makes total sense.
I've got
But
no idea about mycology.
dude, I mean, as long as you have a basis understanding of, I don't know, it's like I got into it with zero knowledge whatsoever. You know what I mean? But it's pretty straightforward. I don't know. Once you learn the basics of it, we just got a bunch of grain ready. Shout out to Nazi. He hooked me up with like his whole entire fucking library. So we have like these really rare ones, like the caramel popcorn, which is an offset pheno of. It's like it was a mutant from a mutant, so it grows like coral and like brain almost. It looks fucking gnarly, man. And the way it tested was really, really strange because it contained like no psilocin, which is like converts into psilocybin, which makes you trip. But that's supposed to be an extremely potent one. So they're trying to figure out like, okay, well, what else is there, you know, in this that's acting that heavily in it to cause these effects? So yeah, it's really cool. Cool stuff.
Zero knowledge. I just look what you guys do in your gardens and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, when I had a mentor for sure when I first got.
Well, I
into
just use
organic.
the channel. As
Yeah.
well.
Oh, dude. Yeah. 100%. The channel's great.
Salts are so easy to grow. Like it's like riding a bike, right? But once you get into like your
Well, like
market-
what's the impact on the environment? You know what I mean? On like That's where I'm at. Like, yes, it's easy. Yeah, you can grow wonderful, great tasting, amazing cannabis. You know what I mean? But like, at what ultimate cost? And I know not everybody thinks like that, and that's fine. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, that's like I've probably done too much.
So I still kind of relying on the salts, right?
Yeah, hey, there ain't nothing to it. You learn and grow, and like if you need something to keep your crop, man, keep your fucking crop. And
Well,
like
no,
Synganics is great. Like
where I screwed up, Steve, is my my liquid fertilizer bucket is frozen in the snow and it was full. So like, and I was like, do I really want to move this into my garage and go from there? So yeah, winter hit, and I didn't.
yeah,
I didn't bottle enough, right? Like,
Yeah.
so like it ran out. Now I'm back on the bottles. So,
hey,
and
man,
then organic.
if you
fulvic.
still got a garden, you're doing something right. What is that? What do you got, Peter?
You're muted.
So I wanted to bring walkie-talkies to the mountain so like Gemma can have one, I can have one, and like one of her friends can have one. And I was like trying to charge them, but they wouldn't charge. So then I realized I have to buy these batteries in addition to this one. And I need all of it to arrive before Thursday.
Well, hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. But my food's ready. I'm ready to eat my food. So much love, y'all.
Go for it later.
Bye.
All right, Damon, I'm gonna try to go get more shit done.
Okay.
I know I've done an exceptional job so far of getting shit done, and I'm going to continue to do so.
Yeah, I have server work I have to do, so everybody's out of the office in a minute, and I'll be up all night doing that.
Nice.
So yeah,
that sounds exciting. Yeah,
progress bars.
I like the idea of a show where you just watch people do menial tasks. Like when I was doing tech support for Craig yesterday from Alpenglow. I was on a phone with him, and I was on StreamYard with Eddie and Ocho, and trying to walk through, like, it was like download Google Chrome. He's like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "It's," and then he's like, "How do I do that?" And I'm like, "Open a browser window." And he's like, "Which one's the browser?" It's not the email app. Is it which app? And I'm like, "Oh my God. Okay." And I walked him. It's like from the ground telling someone how to fly the 747, right? It was funny. It was like if I had my mom on the other end, and it was like we were all laughing, and that's why when we went live, it was like we should have been live 10 minutes ago, so everybody could have witnessed. Yeah, it was a technical support masterpiece. It's a master class in technical support. So
nice.
All right. What's today? Tuesday. All right. I'm gonna so I'm gonna see if Not So Dog is gonna do a show on Thursday, and then someone else is gonna need to help with Jeff and Dave and I forget what their topic is, but I know the topic. And and then the Cannon Troll guy is gonna come with the drying and curing like oven device.
Oh, okay.
Is gonna come on to talk about that, which I'd actually be. I want to see if there's something for tobacco leaves, where you could be like, set it for this temperature and humidity for 6 weeks. Which I feel like something should be able to do, right? Anyway, that's all I can think of right now.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Okay.
Not in the next couple of weeks. No.
Now I'm gonna
That's
go
okay, though.
ski with Gemma and a bunch of 4th grade friends and their dads. At Mammoth, leaving Thursday.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. After dark usually happens when people are like, "Hey, are you doing an after dark?" And they're like, "Yeah, okay."
Actually, that would be fun if I'm up on Friday night at the like we're at like a cabin
Mhm.
in Mammoth. I'll try to jump on.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm psyched to get. I hope there's snow. I hope the rain we got was snow up in Mammoth. So,
Nice.
all right.
Yep.
Later, everyone.